Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the moderator of the next session, Steve Clements.
Nice to see all of you. I hope I have entertained you in other places. I'm Steve Clements. I'm editor-at-large of The Hill. Today we're talking about something called the coming convergence. I don't know if it's coming convergence or the coming divergence. Technological connectivity and security advantages. And we have a great panel. Nick Psaki, just to my left, who is the Chief Intelligence Information Architect of the U.S. Army. He was retired from that role, but let's just say, once you're the chief information architect, you're always the chief information architect. And then we have Radoslav Danilak, who is the CEO of Takium, another friend. And we also have online, I hope, Elizabeth Braw. Elizabeth, greetings. How are you? I'm looking over at you. I should be looking at the camera to see you, but it's great to see you joining us from the American Enterprise Institute, where she is also a senior fellow working on national security and defense policy. Let me just open up and start the conversation. And Elizabeth, I'm going to start with you and sort of ask you to help lay out and kind of create a map for us about what the points of concern are that our audience needs to know about this coming competition and application of AI, 5G, Internet of Things, big data, this next new set of platforms that we're jumping into, and how, essentially the United States and its allies are faring compared to others that are making similar kinds of investments. Can you set that stage for us, Elizabeth?
Well, thank you very much, Stephen. It's a pleasure to watch over you here from afar and to be part of the panel. So I think that the biggest concern by far that we have to worry about is that we are lagging behind, we're falling behind. And I think we're so used here in the West to being ahead. We have the best thinkers, the best innovators, but R&D investment has been dropping for some time. And that would be a concern in itself. But at the same time, China is making enormous investments. And not just China as a country, the Chinese government essentially has a lot more leverage in steering its industry towards what it wants it to do than the governments in any liberal democracy, simply because they have less power to intervene in industry. But in the past, we had the great advantage here in the West that large defense contractors, for example, the so-called primes, they put a lot of money into R&D investment, and that share of investment has been decreasing. And so we can't count on that innovation advantage anymore. In fact, we should be extremely concerned that we don't even have it anymore. And so the question is, who will innovate? Who will put the money into it? And I think, I'm speaking as somebody who was previously a technology correspondent in San Francisco, I think here's where we have so much potential and so many fantastic brains, but they need to be incentivized to be part of R&D innovation in national security. And that could happen, and I know the Defense Innovation Unit is working on it in the US, but we have so much more potential, and it's urgent that potential be tapped into.
Before I jump to Nick and Brado, I want to ask just you to drill down on one element, because you've raised China and the investments that it's making. We've heard the stories about facial recognition software, social capital, and so on. And I guess my question to you is, Microsoft, under Brad Smith, wrote a book called Tools and Weapons that looked at a lot of these forthcoming technologies as those that could be used maliciously against people or positively for national security, but you had to make key choices. And so my question is, from a competitive perspective, from an industrial perspective, from a commercial perspective, does the United States, does the UK, does its allies end up being less competitive by being worried about the human rights applications of these technologies when China is not concerned, seemingly, about the application of these technologies in some of these socially disconcerting applications? Elizabeth?
Oh, thank you. I didn't get your cue there. So there is that point, yes. And so if we essentially behave well the way liberal democracies should, and respect human rights and privacy and so forth, yes, we may risk falling behind, but also there are a lot of national security. There's a lot of national security innovation that doesn't infringe on people's privacy, and so I think it would be a bit too too pessimistic to say that unless we go the route of the panopticon, we have no chance to compete with China in when it comes to national security. But it is an area that needs to be addressed. And I think actually with robust discussion between industry and government, and not just between industry and government, but between human rights watchers and government and industry, I think we can come to some sort of convergence as to what's needed. But what's not needed is what we have now, which is where there is just not very much understanding as to how much we are falling behind simply by not investing in R&D. And somebody said the other day, somebody from the US government with expertise in this area gave a very good sort of tagline, which is that China is investing in 16 Manhattan projects at any given time, which is 16 Manhattan projects at the moment. What is our Manhattan project? Do we even have one? We should have more than one.
Right. Well, thank you for that. Nick, flying over here from Washington on the plane, I went back and watched that old movie, The Matrix. And in The Matrix, if you watch, I guess, the second, in the series, you meet the architect of The Matrix. You are the architect to some degree of The Matrix when it comes to thinking about the application of data technology to warfare and how we think about that. So I'd like to ask you the same thing. In that area of what you have helped create that infrastructure, what are the important areas that we need to know about what that capacity looks like today? How robust is it? How invulnerable is it right now when it comes to competition with some of our chief rivals?
I think that we did spend a number of years obviously building data architectures to handle extraordinarily large and diverse data set ingestion, integration, analysis, correlation, and enrichment.
Right.
But artificial intelligence processes are very different. Deep neural networks, adversarial neural networks, and things of that nature, they function fundamentally very differently in a much exponentially larger degree of parallelism than the traditional CPU was designed to handle. And that's why you see so many companies and so many organizations using GPUs in order to do that type of application today. When you have that exponential increase in computing power being applied to the data sets, everything else in the system now becomes a limiting factor, the speed with which you can move data. So the data service mechanisms such as storage, and especially the network itself, the network bandwidth required to drive this become, again, limiting factors and obviously preeminently fundamental to the successful performance of your AI training and development. So I agree with Elizabeth. We need to make a substantial national investment in artificial intelligence, even bigger than the ones that are happening at the JIC and in other industries. It has to be a concerted effort.
So are you saying now, just, I mean, not to interrupt, but is it not happening? Are we not making that investment? And I know here we're talking about the United States when in fact we're sitting in Slovakia. So the question is also among allies.
So you hit the nail on the head. I'm not entirely certain that we understand the magnitude and the importance of this from the senior policymaking level yet. We're getting an inkling, but it's Rado and I we correspond from time to time, and he's brought up some interesting footnotes to history. It was 1939 when Albert Einstein wrote that we needed to start a Manhattan Project. That was 2 years prior to the U.S. entry into World War II. We are, in order to obtain or maintain a competitive advantage, as the parlance of Washington goes, we're going to have to make a very sincere effort to invest in it. And we may be we'd be very wise to draw from our allies in order to leverage the expertise of the European Union and the United States. And it will have to be a massive public-private partnership in order for it to be successful.
Rado, you're out there in commercial sector, and you've got that San Francisco accent, that Bay Area accent. But I know that you've invested and that you're one of the world's leading leaders in AI and looking at the application of this area. I want our lay audience, who's not necessarily expert in this, to understand what needles are we trying to move? What are we trying to accomplish in concrete ways that we can't accomplish without the kind of investment that Elizabeth and Nick have talked about?
Sure. You start also this question about AI in Manhattan Project. In fact, there is something called AI in Manhattan Project, which is kind of in the stage of thinking necessary to do something. You know, United States without allies has 5 times less PhD in AI than China. 5 times less PhD people in the AI space. So the human aspect
5 times less.
5 times less PhDs.
That's a tweetable moment, if I've heard.
Yeah, it's about 5 times less
yeah.
PhDs in AI.
Right.
China has more population than United States.
Right.
And they also invest a lot of, resources to, to science education. That's why they produce more PhD, and by the fact they have more people, they have more PhD. That's the simple reality. And that's basically when Nick said that the US has to work with the ally, because together with EU and other allies, now the population is roughly same, and then you start approaching number of the scientists to be comparable. So
right.
I agree it's necessary to work with the allies. So, and let's basically describe why is concerted project, AI Manhattan Project, needed right now. Why now? Why the Manhattan Project started 2 years before war is not coincidence, because when Albert Einstein wrote that famous letter to Roosevelt, it's written in the way that technology development in fission reached the point that in few months down the road might be possible, not it will happen, but it might be possible to build such device and might be successful. So he was basically saying that basically inflection point in Einstein mind will be next 6 months, where the technology fundamentally changed to next level quality. And Roosevelt took it seriously, and US spent the effort there. So let's ask question now, how far we are from inflection point fundamentally, where you have technology which your adversary cannot have, and you can do things which we cannot have. So generally it was believed that is 15 to 20 years away before the technology, the performance and cost drop to the level that you can build machine which exceed speed and capacity of human brain. And if it's 20 years away, then well, there is nothing really urgent to do today. And the reason why we cannot build that today is because it's just too expensive economically and so on. However, very recent development over last 2 years
right.
Basically reached the point that you will be able to build such system in span of next 2 or 3 years. So basically human brain scale AI can be economically and technically built not 20 years away, but by 2022. So, since it's 2 years away, basically now if somebody misses the train by a year or 2, they will have not that technology. And once you have the technology which exceeds capacity and speed human brain, you have system which can develop the system which a human cannot. Yeah? And that gives you technology which your adversary cannot build. You cannot invent,
right.
because you are limited by human brain capacity. So once you are past that inflection point, you are going very steeply out, and anybody behind that, the technological difference basically is increasing, not because they are more years behind, because the angle of improvement is steeper. So, the spread is increasing. So to conclude that, what I would like to sensitize, that situation is really serious, because major discontinuity and inflection point is less than 2 years away, as opposed generally believe it's 20 years away.
Well, let me ask you all, Elizabeth, I'm going to go back to you, and I want you to pretend you're in this room, so intervene anytime. When you want to react, you want to tell Rado or Nick how wrong they are on something, feel free. I do a lot of these forums on the coming age of technology, both in the national security space, but also, in the regular world. That 5G is really a placeholder for terms like AI, Internet of Things, quantum computing, smart cities, and how we're going to apply a whole new infrastructure of communications that moves big data through cities, sensors everywhere, so that we all see our lives enhanced, but it is, as Rado just described, operating in a way that's so much far beyond the capacity of a human brain or human control to deal with this. I think the same thing is going on, and I guess my question to you is, what should we be aware of or worry about on that front? I remember when Google Earth was created, and we had Google Maps going on, and I met Jim Clapper. I was one of the first media people that Jim Clapper agreed to meet when he began to meet media people. He didn't like journalists, but it was in there. But I asked him, I said, are you building, do you have Google? And there was a resistance to using anything that was in the commercial space, that it all had to be developed in the space that I'm sure that Nick helped build, which is, maybe better, but maybe different, but standalone. I'm just interested in how these worlds are going to interact. And as you look at that, is it going to be the smart cities application of these technologies that helps the United States, its allies, it helps NATO actually keep up and leapfrog ahead? Is that a fair question, Elizabeth?
Yes, it is. And if I may just make another point first, which is your lovely reference to the San Francisco accent, which is, as we all know, this a merry mix of all kinds of foreign accents and a mix of indeed American accents, which is what makes that melting pot so great, that innovation melting pot, that many people who have brilliant ideas will go there and come with their education and their ideas, and it benefits US society in the first place, and even US government. So when it comes to commercial innovation and to which extent it benefits national security, and whether it's a good thing for the US government, so I think that the dilemma that we have is that we as consumers expect constant progress. So we want life to become ever more convenient. And you mentioned smart cities and Google Earth. I don't need to remind anybody that we all rely now as ordinary citizens on Google Maps. I don't think most people would know what to do with a paper map. Well, all of that creates something that I think of as a convenience trap, where it's much easier for adversaries to bring down society, to bring it to standstill just by messing with or interfering with some of these services that we rely on a daily basis. I remember, for example, when the one internet provider in the UK went down for a day, and it created complete chaos because we didn't know how to find our way. I, for example, had to take the train, didn't know which train to take, and so forth. And I think that's something to bear in mind. Yes, it's a good thing that society is becoming ever more convenient, but it has national security implications. And then regarding the benefit of commercial innovation to the US government, I don't think there's any doubt that it benefits the US government. And InQtel is a fantastic tool for the US government to tap into this private sector innovation, and incidentally,
let me just stop you there for Elizabeth. So our audience, InQtel, which was the CIA's venture capital group to invest in new and emerging technologies in this space. I just want to make sure they know. So sorry to interrupt you. Please go ahead.
No, I'll finish here, but InQtel is, I think, a fantastic example of what can be done to tap into the private sector innovation that's happening, and now other countries, including the UK, are trying to create similar setups.
Right. So let me ask you both. I mean, on this front as well, looking at how you swim along, you were just talking about this moment of discontinuity, this disruption that coming in 2 years. I can feel the tension, and from both of you about the choices we have to make, the investment we have to make. I'm just wondering, as I watch, a kind of technological determinism when it's coming about 5G. We also have the debate about Huawei, about communications infrastructure. What are the hard choices, Nick, that we really have to get right?
So we have to come to grips with a number of things at the policy and really the ethical levels around AI. They're going to influence how you do the funding and how you pursue the evolution of the technology in the marketplace as well. All technologies, literally from the time humanity picked up rocks so we didn't hurt our hands,
right,
are dual use inherently. So let's eliminate the idea that any technology has a specific type of use at all. How we choose to use the technology is bounded by our ethics.
So the old way U.S. thought about it was stupid.
I think it's inaccurate. It's not fair to say that it's stupid.
I see.
It might be unintentionally idealistic, but how we want to use a kitchen knife is really entirely up to us. That's the second item is understand that since the incentives for developing technologies are more emphatic in industry than they are in government, Don't be afraid to leverage good ideas coming from very small corners. And for that, In-Q-Tel was ideally and exquisitely designed. We need more of those types of innovation outlets for the US government to encourage and foster and leverage commercial industry. The innovations are not going to come from the big companies. They never do. Google was a very small company when it invented its search capability. So we need to be very good at identifying nascent and small technology companies that have real potential. And the mechanisms are there. They're proven. So from the government perspective, can we do this? The answer is already yes. Are we bold enough to do it is the policymakers or the decision makers' decision to be made.
Rado, can I ask you to jump in on the same question, but I want to frame it a little bit, a little bit differently. In 1994, I interviewed Andy Marshall. Some of you may know Andy Marshall was the head then of net assessment at the Pentagon, and was spending a lot of time thinking about how China was looking at the world, looking at us, and they were writing then about the revolution in military affairs, the application of technology and information system to the soldier in the battleground in the field. This is well before the invasion of Iraq. This is well before. So looking at that, I just read H.R. McMaster's book, Battlegrounds, and it starts with him in the first Gulf War, in a tank. The first use of GPS and application of these systems in a battleground thing is probably a world that Nick knows well. So that was 1994. So what's that, about 16, 17 years ago from the moment that I first heard about this or thought about it to now. From now, asking me about these question of hard choices and your concern about 2 years from now, what do we need to achieve? And when you think about that, you think forward where we're going to be jumping. And I always tell people that power is a function of future expectations, right? So if you think of China today, China's getting a premium because a lot of the marketplace out there looks at China as a growing ascendant power. They look at the United States as somewhat as a status quo power, and so you get a net plus or a net minus in the world how you're doing. So as you look at these hard choices, you look at the application of technology, going back to what Andy Marshall was talking about, what are the big changes that you're going to see coming up that we have to get right?
So let's look a little bit to history. A lot of technology from fighter planes, nuclear weapons or space exploration came from money coming from the government, and then they trickle down to the commercial use, Teflon and so on.
So these are the DARPAs and kind of things?
This was the past. The reality is today going quite opposite. 2 years ago, CIA transitioned to manage their information services by Amazon, which is a big deal. CIA data centers are managed by Amazon. This is just prelude, basically
so
saying...
Jeff Bezos is running the CIA information systems?
Yes. You can
Another
Google
tweetable
it.
moment, I just want to note there.
So you can look at it. It was awarded projects, everybody complained, but that's what happened. But what I'm saying, this is not just the trend is speeding up because AI space, both from human capital and money invested, are in companies Google, Facebook, Twitter, and others. So most money in that space is actually in commercial sector.
Right.
And government is trying to get that innovation basically to the government, working with company who are not interesting to work with government. Google clearly declare that basically their employees don't want to work with US government and they work closely with Chinese government.
Right.
So you will be relying on certain, trying to get cooperation from organization, commercial, who are not really motivated with you. So that's basically one problem. Second problem is to get to the discontinuity in 2 years, if you look how much military and government consume from semiconductor content, it's like 3%. So even you enlarge that by 3 times, there is not enough power to move whole industry to this new paradigm. So the needle will be moved only from commercial industrial space. And the question is how the government can incentivize, can create environment that basically commercial entity financially is beneficial to actually use dual-use technologies. To build data center, which through the day you use for Facebook, Google, because people are browsing and using that. When they go to the sleep, these machines are idle. We have $3 to $5 billion data center, which is useless half the time. US government cannot build $5 billion supercomputer. They are $500 million supercomputers. That's why they cannot get the capability of human brain scale AI because it's too expensive. But if you set up environment that this huge commercial infrastructure you can use when it's not used for dual purpose uses, you can basically achieve economically bring this government scale AI to whole industry. So what will be different about human brain scale AI is that previous technology came from the government and government controlled them. And there was belief that human brain scale AI will be coming from Chinese government and US government. Europe is quite behind. They are investing a lot of money, €1 billion to European Human Brain Project, but nevertheless is behind. So it was talking which government will have this technology first. But what we are seeing, because of dynamic and economy of the scale, it will be actually opposite. It will be commercial sectors working, giving government this capability to get there. So therefore, this capability will not show up just to governments. It will show up into 5, 6 private entities same time as the government. So this is very unique dynamic.
So this may seem like a stupid question because I'm naive and I'm a layperson in this, but is that on the Chinese side what Huawei represents? Does Huawei represent the private sector, the so-called private sector partner with government? And that is what is driving our national security anxiety around the world among our allies, is that exactly what you described as being the way forward for US is what China has achieved?
If I may, the difference is in how the two systems are set up. China is an example of how government and industry are very tightly coupled, even when they're private industry. And the United States and the European Union are examples of how industry and government are loosely coupled or decoupled altogether. Rado and I have talked about this a long time. The government literally lost its innovation lead as the primary driver for R&D and technology in the United States in 1968. Yes, 1 year before we went to the moon. And the significant event was the founding of a company called Intel, because Intel was an engineering technology for government consumption. And historically, the government was the driver of new innovation, and then it was propagated by commercial industry. Now that model is reversed. Industry develops technology that is subsequently adopted by the government. And that's, you would think that something like Neuralink, which Elon Musk is working on, would be something that would have come out of DARPA. Nope. So a man-machine interface, which is really something that is going to drive AI and human augmentation to enhance and accelerate decision-making, which is really the whole reason why we build information systems at all. These things are not coming out of the government. They are coming out of, of private industry, and that's going to raise a lot of questions about what do we want to know, what kind of decisions we want to make. I can't wait to see the FDA have to do a human trial and approvals on a man-machine interface, but cochlear implants and ocular implants have already given us sort of a template for what that's going to look like. So we're living in very interesting times. To Rado's point, we're at an inflection in terms of the acceleration of computing capacity on a per socket level.
Right.
We are also now at the culmination or the inflection of a real implementation of technology that cybernetically marries human beings to augmenting systems. And how we're going to make all of this work is really going to be driven by what are the benefits going to be to people on a day-to-day basis. And I am very interested in Elizabeth's thoughts on the topic.
I'm going to jump to Elizabeth. Rado, you're going to jump in 2 seconds.
Very briefly on that, you brought a very important point, which I was trying to say, that this discontinuity will be driven by economic power of mixing commercial and government level. And that integration is much better in China. And if we recognize that, we have to adapt to that and bring this model which is necessary for this discontinuity to happen. So I'm agreeing with you.
Great. Elizabeth, let me ask you to answer the same question, but also, I'm interested in again coming back to the warfare application. One of the big debates that's come up throughout this conference at GLOBSEC is hybrid war. This morning we had a lot of discussion about, you know, the issues of what Russia did with Ukraine and Crimea, but the application and the testing, essentially, of what we have been talking about in battlefield, in kinetic war, and kinetic conflict. And I know that's part of what you're thinking about and doing. And I don't mean to, again, sound silly, but, you know, we've got a lot of young people in this audience. They all look clean cut. I don't know if they have tattoos secretly and wear goth atmosphere, but we often talk about, you know, hackers out there and dark rooms and, you know, folks that, you know, have, you know, it's a very different crowd. If you read a novel by David Ignatius of the Washington Post, and he reads one of his novels about, you know, the future tech competition, those folks don't look like us, I think. And so I'm sort of interested in, you know, the messier side, the uncomfortable side of the application of this in real warfare. I don't know if I'm articulating it well enough, but all I know is this is a polite corner, unless people have other sorts of. But when you think about AI, you think about hacking, you think about malware, you think about taking down grids and systems and banks and energy as part and disinformation warfare. I'm just interested in how all of this converges and what should be our priority in understanding that.
Well, thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Nick. I'm hearing an echo here, but I hope you can hear me okay. So I just want to follow up on what Nick said. I think that the challenge that we have is, and I would hate to challenge Adam Smith, but really the invisible hand doesn't work for national security technology. And so if I look at the sort of companies that I saw pop up, and many survived, many did not. But during 5 years of reporting for San Francisco, those companies were all the result of some guy having discovered a niche where we needed something, a tech solution to it. So if there weren't enough parking spots in San Francisco, some guy would invent an app to find parking spots in San Francisco. And if all hotel rooms were taken, some guys would invent something that's now known as Airbnb. But most people are just not familiar with national security challenges and what it is we need. And I'm not proposing conscription to familiarize every single American with today's national security needs. It would be a completely preposterous idea. But what I am proposing is that we need to bridge the civil-military divide so that ordinary geniuses, as it were, tech guys and women have a better understanding of national security, not just when it comes to tenders from the US government where they get to participate. It has to come before that. And I wonder if some sort of immersion courses where they would get to see what the national security challenges are that face America and its allies, what those are. I think that would encourage them to innovate in that direction rather than to come up with civilian applications that, yes, at some point may benefit the US government or allied governments, but only as an indirect benefit. And then with regards to your question about hybrid warfare, so yes, this is the new frontier, and I'm happy to discuss it more later, but the reality today is that we as civil society, including industry and the wider public, are the front line in this geopolitical standoff. And it makes complete sense for adversaries to target the civilian part of our society simply because we are so vulnerable and we aren't used to thinking about national security. And that's a good thing, but that's why it becomes even more important for us to become more resilient. And I'm happy to discuss that more later. I'm not saying we should be engaged in any sort of offensive action against our adversaries, but just make ourselves more resilient so that it becomes less attractive to target us.
Thank you for that. I just saw my friend, the American ambassador, looking at me sort of strangely when I asked this question about, you know, tattoos and goths and others. So my apologies on that. But I mean, I think that you know, I wonder whether there is this cultural gap. I've talked to people like General, you know, Paul Nakasone of the National Security Agency, Mike Rogers, his predecessor, about whether or not the culture that we have in, you know, the U.S. You know, military and national intelligence establishment is one that appeals to what you just called, you know, those young geniuses that are out there that are, you know, swimming in different currents. Well, you know, Nick, how do you see it?
Well, there's a series of threads there that I kind of want to pull at the same time. I came up in the Army at a time when we were digitizing the battlefield.
Right.
So we wanted to connect everything. We wanted to be able to sense more, see more, and know more in order to be able to understand the environment and then act. Hybrid warfare is, well, as the French would say, plus ça change, plus que même chose. Everything old is new again. Deception is the heart of warfare.
Right.
That's actually a Chinese precept. The ability to control information and information dominance and information shaping operations is not any different, but the cyber domain and the combination of the physical domain, the traditional warfighting domains, and now cyber creates new opportunities or new threats. They're really two sides of the same coin. America has always... Sure, Elizabeth?
I just wanted to agree with you. I think it's ridiculous when it's being proposed that hybrid warfare is something new, because every war is by definition hybrid. It involves a kinetic and non-kinetic elements, and that's why I like the concept of gray zone warfare, which is obviously in the gray zone between peace and war, which is what we experience every day now. But I'm so glad you pointed out that aspect of hybrid.
So to really wrap all of this together, now that we have literally connected everything and we have access to tremendous quantities and qualities of information, what we're really trying to do is accelerate our decision making so the time to decisive action and really effective and efficient action is much shorter. In the cyber realm, because of the velocity with which computers can move, you almost have to do this with artificial intelligence to have any kind of competitive advantage as well. And companies and agencies that I work with are actually, very aggressively exploring this. But to bring all of it together is going to take, well, obviously, a tremendous combination of very good policy making, very strong alliances, and then leveraging those aspects of our society. The young modern generation are obviously, we grow up and become old, and we're the digital natives that will ultimately lead the country. To foster in them that what they can do can positively impact the national conversation and national activities is something we really have to do at this level. They have incredible skills, but they don't understand necessarily at a given age that what they can do can be tremendously beneficial to the country and to the future.
And so you see that as a problem. I mean, I've heard that it is a problem.
I don't know that we're capitalizing on the intellectual and educational and technical prowess of our younger generation as effectively as we could. Yes.
Yeah, so actually you brought In-Q-Tel as example, and actually I interacted with them and know them. But In-Q-Tel on capital front is way less than 1% these days of the capital market. So, significantly less than 1% of young generation technologies, when they are starting their company, will interact with them and align that, because the percentage of this capital share is dropping. Also, investments to technology in semiconductor space in the United States is declining over the last 10 years. So, and because we understand that basically this new technology will migrate not from government to commercial space, but from commercial to basically government space, policy has to recognize and dramatically increase the investment in that area. And there is one more aspect. That counterintuitiveness of certain policies, when Trump administration decide to basically limit investment into semiconductor space from China, hoping that it will increase the competitive advantage. Actually, it was opposite result. What happened, semiconductor industry, 30 to 40% money coming to innovation disappear, coming from China, but it was not supplemented and replaced by similar money coming from US. So this money just disappeared and it further slowed down innovation. So the result was counterintuitive than was original intent to increase separation. But because the policy of previous administration forgot about, and current administration forgot to plug the hole which will be created, and hole was there, it slowed down the innovation. So going forward, it has to be more thoughtful. If certain money to certain sector innovation disappears, disappears. It has to be replaced. If you don't replace, the harm is bigger than the intent you have.
Great. I'm going to open the floor to people. There's so many other dimensions of this world that we could get to, but let me open the floor to questions. We have one right in the front. And I'm going to ask you to go to the microphone here one by one, and then pose your question, and we'll proceed. Tell us who you are, by the way.
Absolutely. Good morning, everybody. I'm Roger Hilton. I'm a Defense and Security Research Fellow here from, I'm originally coming from Canada, a G7 country, which spends somewhere between 5 to 10% of its defense budget on R&D. We talked a lot about DARPA, and I'm sure all of you know.
Right.
These concepts like mosaic warfare, the connection of everything. Only last week, we had the U.S. Air Force shoot down a ballistic missile with a howitzer. You're reading about these portable servers and soldiers being now turned to code. So my question to you is, how would you counsel countries here in Central and Eastern Europe, Albania, Croatia, Romania, Slovakia, how are they going to get in on this, where even for a country like Canada, which has far deeper financial resources, are already way behind? So any sort of input or counsel on this would be welcomed.
Terrific. Thank you. Thoughts?
So this is, it's a very good question. And what are the mechanisms for doing it, and what's the purpose? So Simon Sinek says start with why. I think that you really need to start with what. So what is the benefit to both sides of the alliance relationship? What do those countries need to be able to do? And then how should we go about it? This is actually why these alliances exist. NATO can actually provide a mechanism for sharing those kinds of information technologies. I do an awful lot of work in my day job with the Canadian government in addition to the US government. So that one's easy because they're right next door and we work pretty closely together. The more distant components of the alliances, we need to get closer to. So where do we create, what I propose is, it's really policy driven, is creating those mechanisms for technology sharing and technology aggregation and integration. So call it a technology integration center because, or technology integration center of excellence, because that's the phrase du jour. I think that there's a tremendous opportunity for us to do it. We see the nascent steps for doing that very similarly to what we've done with our more traditional military exercises in the past.
Right.
Thanks, Steve.
Rado, any quick thought?
Yeah, so basically it boils down to economy. Since it will come from basically commercial sectors,
right.
These small countries with 5 to 10 million people population, they cannot have enough economic power to invest to get this technology. So only way how they can be part of larger alliance. For example, if they are member of EU is like 500 million people. It has economic power to amortize cost of these technologies. So basically, that's the reason why you have alliance. Be part of the alliance, and you have to share and divide the cost and share that cost between a larger group of the countries if you want to keep up with monolithic big country like China. So it's about the size of the economy and the resources you can throw to the development.
Let me get another question, which I'll direct to Elizabeth in a minute, but what I'll say, it's always sort of been on my map of trying to understand this. On one hand, when you're trying to sort of do what Rado, Nick, and Elizabeth talked about, create a proactive capacity in this AI space, that's one part of this. The other side is when you look at a country like North Korea, or you look at Iran, you look at some of the maliciousness in the malware that's out there with its, we have another disruption. I don't know how North Korea has developed this capacity, given how closed off and limited it is from much of the world. It'd be a whole other seminar we can do. So to me, I think one of the things we have to test ourselves on is whether or not we're making faulty assumptions about the size of a nation or a budget of a nation being an indicator of excellence in this area. I think it's one of the interesting areas where nations can leapfrog both in bad directions and good directions. At least that's my thesis. We can come back to later. But let's get your question. I'm going to ask Elizabeth to take the first crack.
Thank you. So my name is Victor Such. I'm here. I work here at the National Security Program here in GLOBSEC, and my question is to all participants or speakers. I was going to ask. It was mentioned here that now the companies are the drivers of innovation, and governments are trying to get on how to use this technology for their ends. And my question is, how do we make sure here in the West that these companies create this technology, this dual-use technology? How do we incentivize them? And also, given the fact that obviously companies are driven by profit, how do we make sure that this technology stays in our hands and is not bought by Iran, China, or Russia through a proxy, for instance, that the companies didn't ever see coming? So how do we make sure it stays here?
Great question. Elizabeth, did you hear that?
Yes, I did. An excellent question. So how do we incentivize companies? So every company wants to make money, and there is money to be made from government contracts. It's just, I think, the challenge is to help especially startups realize that if they innovate in a way that benefits the government and national security more generally, they cannot just do a good thing for the country, which is clearly can't be the sole motivation for a country, but they can actually do commercially very well as well. And so again, that starts with immersion, with introducing the tech community, as it were, in the first place, but others as well, to the national security challenges of today, so that they can think about it accordingly. Because otherwise, we have the situation, maybe a little bit, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but where the best tech guys and women of today innovate or come up with a new parking app because that's the need they see. And then when it comes to making sure that our best tech companies and other cutting edge companies are not bought up by foreign countries, it's a hugely relevant question. It's one that has concerned me for a long time. And now parliaments are beginning to act, parliaments and governments. So the situation we have had is that there have been regulators like CFIUS in the US, which is actually the best regulator from my perspective, and in other countries as well. But they have had a quite narrow definition, as defined by the legislators, as to what constitutes national security. So a lot of companies, especially small companies, tech startups, have been acquired by especially Chinese buyers because it flew under the radar of the regulators and of legislators. So in the case of, in the US, for example, sort of a ridiculous example, but one that illustrates the situation is the case of Grindr, which is a gay dating app. And why should CFIUS worry about the gay dating app? Well, when it's acquired by a Chinese company and the data then becomes available to the Chinese government by extension, that is a national security issue. And then, as many here will be aware, when that happened in the US, CFIUS woke up and forced a reversal of the acquisition. But then the new buyer who then bought Grindr turned out to be connected to the original Chinese buyer. So I used to work in corporate investigations, and it's really important to check not just who the immediate buyer is, but who's behind that buyer.
Fascinating. Responses? Any response real quick? Yes,
Yeah, I would basically start that re-emphasizing my previous point that it's really only economic incentive will work. You know, CFIUS actually was like elephant in porcelain. You know, yes, they can stop the acquisition, stop money flowing from China to these applications, which means that development will slow down because there are not money for acquisition. You can only do it if simultaneously you replace that missing money with something else, which did not happen. So, you know, current effect of CFIUS actually negates the original goal. So it has to go with complement with economical incentives. And you know, when somebody starts startup company and has the investors, his job is not to serve national security and be altruistic. His job is deliver a return on the investors. So the only way how you can do it is to give them incentive, increase from 0.1%, for example, in QTEL, to be 5 to 10% of the capital market, and then 10% of new entrepreneurs will basically touch with that. And if they can make the profitable and they receive money for their job, that will incentivize them to national security. So my conclusion is, for commercial sector, only economic incentives will really deliver what we want.
Right. Nick, last word? Elizabeth, last word.
Yield.
Sorry, I'm interrupting here from afar because I can't wave at you. So I just wanted to add to what Rado just said, which is something that I've thought about. If the Chinese can't buy these companies and they want to be acquired, who should acquire them? And I think that's where there is potential for more organizations or commercial outfits operating on behalf of governments along the lines of InQtel. So if a company, a tech startup, for example, if it is so desirable that a Chinese buyer will buy it, it's clearly desirable for us as well commercially. So it would be, I think, a good deal for the taxpayer if we had more outfits like InQtel who could acquire companies that have
Right.
promising technology, and then as they grow, they will obviously pay dividends for the taxpayer.
Let me just say in conclusion, or you want to say it?
Elizabeth just took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah.
And there's a secondary piece to this too. If we can invest in the United States, if we can invest billions of dollars to save our economy by government intervention into the financial instrument markets, then why can't we do the same thing for another core component of our national power, which is our technology basis? So we've proven we can spend the money to do this. So it's not a legislative or a regulatory issue.
But it requires a plan and it requires strategy.
It requires a vision and a strategy to execute, exactly.
Let me just say in conclusion, I think it's been a fascinating discussion. I think your question was excellent, and I'll give you my 2 cents on it because this is where I think the ambassador here to represent the diplomacy is so important. So it's a topic we haven't talked about this morning, but rules making, international rules making, and diplomacy in these areas is very important. When you read Tools and Weapons, by Brad Smith about AI and the applications that the technology sector is developing that can be developed, the question is, should they be applied? And that decision is going to be a negotiation. Now, in China, Microsoft made the decision not to cooperate with China in that particular area, but no one forced Microsoft to make that decision, nor did a government, nor did anyone else. It was one of those things. But it raises the interesting question that you said of whether or not we should begin in certain key areas, begin as a set of allies and nations to begin thinking about what those protocols that should be negotiated should be. I think it's very important. But then on another part, we have the Nobel Prize that was just given this week to 2 outstanding women in science who helped develop CRISPR. And we saw, CRISPR is this technology in genetic editing that has, affected everything from healthcare to crops, potentially, and a rogue scientist in China applying this in bad ways, and sort of looking. So it shows exactly to your point of question, how do you do that? Now, to the Chinese government's credit, they put that person in jail, I think. They created it, but it was a function of norms, and so the discussion of norms also needs to be part of this discussion. And then I'll say one other element on the Huawei issue and some of this in the capacity is, just to kind of emphasize what Elizabeth and Rado and Nick just said, I've been watching this Huawei debate unfold, and frankly, I'm one that has had concerns about a kind of demonization of a company without knowing more information into this. I think it can be very problematic. Nonetheless, if you are going to take that strategy and draw a line and say that infrastructure will be ripped out and we're going to create 2 different universes for that, then there has to be a plan and strategy either to make Nokia and Ericsson, which are the other 2 providers in that area, huge and help them spread to kind of fill the market, or to build a different kind of capacity in the United States, none of which is happening right now. So it's one thing to complain, it's another thing to build and think and plan and invest. So with that, I want to thank my colleagues here. Nick Psaki is former Chief Intelligence Information Architect for the U.S. Army, Rado Danilak, CEO of Takium, and Elizabeth Braw, Senior Research, well, she's now visiting fellow in National Security at the American Enterprise Institute and working there, and I look forward to seeing her in Washington. So thank you all very much for your questions, and thank you for today. Big round of applause to all of you.
Thank you.
prior to the coronavirus pandemic, the US-China tensions have spilled over into global trade and heightened political confrontations. In addition to President Trump's trade war, the US has repeatedly condemned Chinese track record on human rights and upped its military presence in the South Pacific. The relationship is at a low point, probably the lowest since the US formally recognized China in the 1970s. The big question is whether or not we will see a further deterioration or there is a chance to salvage this relationship. As the world's largest economies and two military superpowers, this question has ramifications beyond their diplomatic posturing. The EU is often caught in the middle. And that's due, on one hand, to a lack of coherent foreign policy when it comes to Beijing. EU considers China both a partner, a competitor, a strategic rival, pointing at Beijing's treatment or unfair treatment when it comes to European multinational corporations and lack of access on one hand, and their anti-democratic governance structures on the other, but in the same time struggles to find the perfect middle ground to cooperate with China. The EU has reached across the pond to try to find ways to work with the United States when it comes to the relationship with Beijing, but the low tide in the transatlantic relationship might have a say. The big question moving forward is how we will be able to ensure that we are not moving towards an escalation of this conflict into something that will have global consequences, and how we will be able, as transatlantic partners, to work with China without sacrificing our liberal values.
Beautiful landscapes, multifaceted culture, unique folklore. Slovakia is no longer pursuing its beaten track. We are writing a different and modern story. A story about a forward-looking and inviting country that's able to attract talents and investments. Because it's ideas that are the biggest treasure in the modern world. If there is something we can be really proud of, it's the power of ideas. So let us introduce Slovakia to the outside world as a country where ideas are both born and turned into reality. Let us present a country of good ideas, because Slovakia is a good idea. Good idea, Slovakia. A simple, powerful idea being able to inspire the world as well as Slovaks themselves. Good Idea Slovakia is both the slogan and the brand of Slovakia at the same time. Multi-layered typography created by applying the typeface of the world-famous Slovak designer stands for the variety and richness of ideas.
So I think this is the crucial question for Europe. I think we have to understand the reasons people have gone to vote for the populists. And that has to do with solidarity and equality, which they feel is lacking, and it has to do with a sense of community and identity. So we, pro-Europeans, liberal internationalists, have to address those fears and concerns that they have. That means a different economic policy, it means talking more about liberal patriotism, and it means giving a vision of Europe, the European Union, which actually delivers for them and not just for an elite.
Umenie nás inšpiruje, prináša radosť a robí svet krajším. Vzdelanie znamená múdrosť, vďaka ktorej môžeme rásť a rozvíjať sa. Technológie a inovácie zjednodušujú náš život. Prepájame tieto svety, pretože veríme, že umenie, vzdelanie a technológie spolu vytvárajú novú, inteligentnú budúcnosť. 3 svety, jedna banka. Tatra banka.
Hi, we are the Wilfrid Martens Centre for European Studies, the official think tank of the European People's Party. A think tank, elitist, isolated, grey suit experts that hide in tall buildings? Well, not exactly. We are more like idea ninjas, positive thinkers. Positive, but not naive. Europe's challenges are very real, but we refuse to see them as symptoms of a failing system. And we do not hurry to offer simplistic, populist answers. We think these challenges deserve the best of our intellectual efforts. We share the same spirit as the European founding fathers. Europe, the biggest, most ambitious democratic project. Remember, through our work, the legacy of Wilfrid Martens, our founder, lives on. He was a visionary, yet pragmatic and responsible pro-European, and a freedom champion. Being a political think tank also means that we are a full part of the policy-making ecosystem. We are here to inspire Europe's policymakers. We bring ideas that help the European Union become a strong global player, a reliable ally, and a better democracy promoter. Our strengths: a wide and growing network of partners all over Europe, a track record of research excellence, and a dynamic presence in the EU bubble and online. So, what drives us forward? In the end, it all comes down to you. Yes? You. We aim to influence and impact policy for the benefit of the European citizen. So, go ahead, read our studies, take part in our events, participate in our campaigns, come discuss, share, and even challenge our ideas. The choice is yours, and so is the EU.
GLOBSEC Bratislava Forum is the platform to tackle disruption and discuss solutions for better tomorrows.
Basic theme of disruption is crucial because, to me, the issue is not whether it's climate change or whether it's the Chinese or the Russians or whatever. It's actually the concatenation, the mix of them all. And that's what I think is so valuable about this, because it is a generalized conference. It allows us to kind of see how all these problems combine. In Washington, we don't have enough exposure to what's happening in Central and Eastern Europe, particularly. And we think we know everything until we come to GLOBSEC.
GLOBSEC has convened a very impressive group of people that are subject matter experts on our most pressing global challenges. And I've really enjoyed the depth of the conversations, also the energy and the ambition to do something about these challenges is something that I have felt.
When you can find an area that intersects the business asset with the social impact asset, I think that's the place where you find sustainability.
So not just the government, but the companies and societies, all of them together in an effort for progress.
So I come here, I get inspired, I get more hopeful than when I arrived. So this is my third. I only wish that it was my 12th or 13th. I missed out, and I wish I had come earlier.
Možno ste ho prekonali, ale možno aj nie.
Je dobré sa to dozvedieť. Testujeme protilátky, ktoré si váš organizmus na tento vírus mohol vytvoriť. A to najspoľahlivejšou laboratórnou metódou.
ELISA metóda v rozbore krvného séra má najvyššiu spoľahlivosť výsledkov.
Ak ste ochorenie prekonali aspoň pred 2 týždňami, zároveň vaša celková imunita je v poriadku a vaše telo si utvorilo protilátky, tak tie sa ukážu v triede IgG.
Len teraz v štartovacej cene 38 € plus manipulačný poplatok. Nepremeškajte.
Kliknite na lab.online a kúpte si svoju istotu.
Len teraz za 38 €.
Zdravie máte v krvi. Lab.online.
GLOBSEC Tatra Summit drives discussions that shape the future of Europe.
Uncertainty. You have Brexit, you have the trade wars.
The climate change has become the part of financial risk.
Making Europe green, making Europe strong, and keep Europe united. You can translate this into climate, competitiveness, and cohesion.
But if we talk about carbon-free future, I think none of us want to go back 100 years. So what we need is innovation and technology.
It's absolutely necessary today and now talk about carbon neutrality in a way which preserves competitiveness of European industry.
You need incredibly strong, long-term thinking
politicians who realize that if we don't start today, we will lose out completely.
Europe has to become more assertive and more sovereign. Europe has to give up expecting others to solve its problems.
Take on your shoulders the responsibility not only for yourself and for your interests, but also for Europe as a whole.
Representatives of business and trade have a role to play.
We have to save the industry in Europe.
and gentlemen, welcome the moderator of their next session, Vasil Hudak.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this afternoon session. Greetings from Bratislava, from GLOBSEC Forum. I have to say that as a vice chair of GLOBSEC, I'm very happy to see that we were able to put together this event. This is the traditional event of GLOBSEC, but frankly, even a few days or weeks ago, we were not sure whether we'll be able to make this event happen because of the situation with COVID, but we did it. I think the fact that we are here, we are meeting, we continue the tradition, it already shows that there is a strong resilience among the institutions of Europe and in Central Eastern Europe. So I would like to start this discussion, this panel. The title is, as you know, Finding a Treatment for Our Ailing Global Economy. Maybe before going to the panel itself and introducing our panelists, I would like to just give some organizational details. I would like to remind the audience online and also those in the room that they can ask questions, and please keep the questions brief. Also, if you could introduce yourself and the organization you are representing. There are three ways how to ask the question. From the audience in the room, please raise your hand, and when I give you the floor, come to the microphones. Actually, there is this one microphone, so for those in the room, please use the microphone. From your tablet, the online registered participants via the virtual platform, type the question at live.globsec.org, and those who are connecting via Zoom into the virtual studio, please do so via Zoom. Our session should last for about 40-45 minutes, and obviously we would like to give as much opportunity to the audience, to those people here, but also linked virtually to ask questions and to be part of this discussion. We'll continue on this stage also after the session, so those who want to come after this panel, please also stay tuned. Now, let me introduce our wonderful panel. And I would like to thank all of you who are connected and who are part of this discussion and the panel for your time and for your willingness to join us. I will start with Ambassador Alan Wolf, Deputy Director General at the World Trade Organization in Geneva. Ambassador, welcome to the panel. Pierre Helbron, a good friend, Vice President for Policy and Partnerships from the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development in London. Pierre, welcome. Good afternoon. Marion Jansen, Trade and Agriculture Director from the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in Paris. Good afternoon as well, and thank you for joining us. Sir Paul Collier, Professor of Economics and Public Policy at the Blavatnik School of Government and Director of the International Growth Center in London. Sir, welcome as well, and thank you for joining us. And Abraham Liu, Chief Representative Officer to the EU institutions for Huawei, based in Brussels. Abraham, also good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Afternoon.
Great. So we have a wonderful panel. We have really, as you see, a very diverse group of representatives of global institutions, representatives of academic institutions, as well as from a very important commercial institution, which is one of the drivers of digitalization and automation in globally. So I believe that this gives a very good opportunity to have an interesting discussion. Let me start so that we have a kind of warm-up session. If we could start with brief answers to basically key question for today, which is how do you see the global economy looking from your position, from your institution? What do you think are the key elements, and is it really correct that this is an ailing global economy? So maybe if you could spend 2-3 minutes on this kind of basic setting for the panel. Ambassador, could we start with you from the World Trade Organization from Geneva, please? I think we have some troubles with the sound. Could you maybe turn on the speaker?
Yes, my apologies.
Ah, wonderful. Thank you, Ambassador. Now we can hear you.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yes. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. We're grappling with some of the worst problems we've seen in terms of the economy and world health, of course, in many years. 4.8% decline in GDP is forecast for this year, the worst decline since World War II. The WTO has updated its forecast for trade in 2020. Merchandise trade will be down by 9.2% year to year. This is about the same as we saw in the financial crisis in 2008, 2009. The good news, which is relatively good news, is that the projections had been in April that the world trade would decline by 13 to 32%. Even a 13% decline would have been the worst drop since the Depression in the 1930s. So things are a little bit better than they would have been. This picture's not rosy because services trade, of course, is deeply depressed. And we only see a 7.2% rise in merchandise trade for 2021 with serious downside risks. The amount of second wave or continuation of the virus. Yes, it's an ailing economy, and steps have been taken by governments to support it with massive fiscal and monetary action to mitigate the pandemic's economic impact. But public authorities should not, as Kristina Georgieva has said at the IMF, not cut back the flow of funds too soon, because we need the confidence increasing. We need public spending to catalyze increased private investment, spurring growth and reducing debt burden. And from a WTO point of view, we need to keep international markets broadly open and improve the system, which I'm happy to revert to in our later discussion.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now I'd like to move to Pierre Helbron. How does it look, Pierre, from London and from the EBRD perspective?
Thank you very much, Vasil, and so happy to find you here, even in this virtual format. So, seen from EBRD, what has been already said is completely applicable to our countries of operation, both the extraordinary shock to the economies of our countries of operation, but I would say also the response which has been given by the countries themselves, but also the international response to the crisis. Obviously, we've learned lessons from the global financial crisis, and we've understood after a phase where national government were very much on the front line, that cooperation matters, and that at the end of the day, only multilateral response can win, from liquidity assistance to funding research to stockpiles of essential supplies, to just mention a few. And I think, in a way, the EU is in itself a model which has shown its resilience. But beyond that, I think, and that's a positive element, that international and European financial institutions have been able to accompany and support our countries so that they pass at least this first phase of emergency that we encounter. I will not dwell on what EBRD or EIB or other institutions have done. We may discuss that later. But I think this very strong message of support, coordination, and especially in countries which do not have access to the same financing means as the most developed countries, is really something which is promising, and that we have to build on in the next month.
Thank you, Pierre. Thank you. Let's move to Paris. Madam Janssen, how do you see the situation from the OECD perspective?
Our OECD perspective is rather similar to the figures you have heard before from previous speakers. We have in our recently published interim economic outlook also spoken about a GDP drop of around 4.5% this year, with an expectation of GDP to grow by maybe 5% next year. Even with that growth, however, many countries will not be back to 2019 GDP levels in 2021. And there is a serious risk that GDP growth next year will be 2 to 3 percentage points lower than predicted if we go for a low growth scenario that will notably be determined by a potential second wave of the pandemic. When it comes to my field of responsibility, trade, there we have seen rather positive signals. As mentioned before, we have seen a sense by global policymakers that coordination is important. We have also seen that some mechanisms put in place in the last crisis, the financial crisis, have been helpful to stabilize markets. So trade dropped, but that was largely because of demand changes and partly because of certain logistical problems. But overall, value chains have been relatively rather resilient, and the trade drop was relatively lower than we could have expected looking at the GDP drop that we are facing. So a sobering situation right now with some hope for the future, but not too optimistic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's move to London. Sir Collier, what is your opinion about the current status of economy globally?
Yeah, well, I think what we've heard is a bit too complacent, to be honest. The global economy was already pretty sick before COVID, and COVID has amplified those sicknesses. It's also revealed in stark form some of the weaknesses. We'd focused on efficiency at the expense of resilience. And so the global system was really pretty fragile. I would also emphasize, alongside some coordination, there's been a lot of difference in policy response. Back in January, nobody knew what to do. And that just reveals how very badly prepared we were for an epidemic that ought to have been able to be anticipated. If you look at the difference within the OECD, it's massive. A country like Denmark has had a pretty low economic hit and a pretty low mortality hit, whereas the USA has had a very high economic hit and an off-the-map high mortality hit. So the idea that it's just a choice between the economy or mortality is actually wrong. Some countries have been able to manage both.
Thank you. I think we'll dwell on this a little later in more detail. But let's move to Brussels. Mr. Liu from Huawei, how do you, maybe more from, at this point, not Chinese perspective, but from the corporate perspective, how do you see the situation?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really my pleasure to be joining this distinguished panel for the GLOBSEC today. And as you notice, to borrow a phrase from the American author Mark Twain, reports of my absence have been greatly exaggerated. You may heard some of the rumors about Huawei being excluded from this event. we are here. Events like GLOBSEC are about to debate, free exchange of ideas, a chance for the business leaders, politicians, policymakers to come together to share views in a safe, open, and a secure environment. Freedom from the outside pressure. While we highly value tolerance and pluralism, two sacred European values as enshrined in Article 2 of the treaty. For that reasons, I decided to continue with my participation on this panel, and thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, to give me this opportunity. One of the topics that I would like to address during this debate is that the equality, for me, this is the basis for sustainable human progresses. Free trade and globalization are forces for good. Unequal distribution of benefits creates global tensions, inequality, instability, and poverty. On the other hand, the digital trade will create new opportunities for prosperity and more equal sharing. At the same time, improving the global value chains will improve life for everyone. Deglobalization goes against the development of global value chains. Decoupling global value chains is not a good idea because it impacts the access to tech for tech for everybody, delays digitalization and innovation, reduces choices and competition. But I am sure we will have plenty of opportunities to go more in depth on these issues with the distinguished panelists throughout the debates. While we are, about the connectivity of the ICT infrastructure to support the communication during the pandemic. Tens of thousands of my colleagues work together with our customer, the operator, to support events like this from happening, to make sure that the smooth, strong, robust network, is there to support the people to fight for the common enemy, which is the coronavirus. With that, I want to thank you, Mr. Hudak, for having me in this discussion.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you all for this warm-up part. Let's maybe go deeper into some of the issues which you have already identified. One of those is certainly the importance of global cooperation, free trade. I think what we have seen so far as one of the results or impact of corona crisis is the increase in protectionism, trade wars, some of the issues which we were already facing before. They have become even more obvious, such as unresolved WTO disputes. There is a kind of inward looking in terms of global trade, increase of nationalism, both at the political but also economic level. So I would like to ask you, let's discuss a little this topic itself. What can be done? Because I think this is one of the key issues, how we reignite, re-energize the global economy by making sure that the free flow of goods, of capital can continue. So let's start with the WTO. Ambassador Wolf, what do you think should be done to make sure that global trade, the global chains, economic chains, value chains can continue to work even in this difficult environment of COVID impact?
Thank you very much. The response actually has been better than one would have anticipated. While world trade is down, trade in the essential products for the COVID-19 situation, for dealing with the pandemic, personal protective equipment and the like, experienced explosive growth. So 92% second quarter over second quarter, 2020 over 2019. Just May to May was up 122%. WTO got very good cooperation from its members on notifying restrictions and trade facilitation measures, and trade facilitation measures outnumbered restrictive measures by quite a bit. The initial responses were individual, then there came cooperation. Singapore and Australia moved to make sure that trade flowed freely into their economies and out from their economies, and others followed suit. Canada led a group that has called for more openness and committed to not putting on restrictions. In order to deal with a crisis, one has several options: stockpiling, having greater inventories, and the degree of onshoring has actually been relatively limited. It has economic limits. Stockpiling, the stockpiles tend to age and end up not being very effective. That was the experience in the United States, was the experience in some countries in Europe as well. You had to depend on trade, and actually trade has responded relatively well. What should we do going forward? We should consider at the WTO, our members should consider, and the European Union has proposals that it's working on in this regard, removal of tariffs on pharmaceuticals, for example. There already is a pharmaceutical agreement. It has not been updated since 2010. Making sure the disciplines are responsive that exist with respect to export restrictions. These considerations will come forward. What could we do? The agreement on agriculture, not on industrial goods, but on agriculture, requires countries putting on export restrictions to take into account, have due consideration for the impact of those restrictions on other countries that they were shipping to. So taking a close look at the rules is essential. Looking at the rule on export restrictions, which calls for an equitable sharing of supply, is going to be particularly relevant when vaccines are available, to have equitable sharing of international supplies. The gentleman from Huawei mentioned digital trade. The e-commerce negotiation should go to a successful conclusion. So holding the line on protection, emphasizing international cooperation, perhaps having a standstill on new restrictive measures, making the trade facilitation agreement work, capacity building in developing countries to do so, and trade finance. The WTO is not in charge of trade finance, but it has convening power. In the financial crisis, the WTO used that convening power to bring together the major banks, the international financial organizations, and look to trade finance, which has not recovered yet from the financial crisis. WTO reform is going to be essential. We can perhaps get into that a little bit later, but we have a new director general who will be chosen in less than a month. And I'm sure it's now going to be a she. We know the gender. We don't know the individual yet. That she will move forward with respect to the reform agenda to make this place where you can negotiate agreements, where you can settle disputes in an acceptable way, and where the Secretariat is responsive to the needs. Where with cooperation with the OECD and other major international organizations to bring about that better future.
Thank you very much. I think it's clear that keeping free trade, keeping economic and production value chains alive is critical for the economic recovery post-COVID. I think we already observed at the time when lockdowns started in Europe in March, April this year, when it was really critical that European countries were able to get very quick supplies of pharmaceutical products and equipment from China and other Asian countries. And this, I think, is very important for the global economy to be able to survive and to get from the current situation. Nevertheless, I would like to go to Paris and to OECD because we see different responses in terms of public policies to the impact of COVID and how to deal with COVID. We see also different ways how national economies are behaving in this environment. From the OECD as a global think tank, I would say, do you think that the situation and the impact of COVID may change the global economic configuration? Is it just, I would say, an event which is going to multiply and accelerate those trends which were already obvious, like moving the economic center of global economy to China, to Asia, or are there some new developments? And what do you think, who are the winners and losers in this COVID environment? Please, I'm sorry, of course I meant Madam Jansen.
I would say a big change, and here I go maybe back to something that Sir Collier said, that has come about from this crisis is a concern about what movement of people means. I had the pleasure to edit recently a volume called Women Shaping Global Economic Governance, and one of the themes that came up there was the theme of trust. Trust of people in global finance, trust in institutions that are responsible for the distribution of the gains from globalization, trust in information, and trust in the digital economy. I think we should add after this crisis the trust in border movements of people. And that's also, in my view, one of the major issues we have ahead of us if we want to re-energize the global economy, as you just mentioned and asked for. When it comes to trade, I have the impression that COVID-19 has given us a rather positive message around trade. The private sector, unlike many governments, was prepared for this type of crisis. Value chains had risk management strategies in place and were able to buffer off the worst of the crisis. That's why of the shock. That's why we have seen trade continuing quite well. We also had set after the last crisis systems in place that would help in this shock. I'm thinking here above all of the agricultural market information system. The OECD is involved in this like other international organizations. That system has given us during the crisis information, up-to-date information on the stocks of important agricultural products at the global level, and that information on what is available where, what are the prices, has contributed greatly to stabilizing markets and to avoid overreactions or panic. So transparency mechanisms, information systems, very important. As already said, I think that in general, the policies that have been introduced in trade have been rather supportive of trade. Those that were restrictive have often been withdrawn after a short time. And I think it's also very encouraging that the G20 trade ministers have given out a joint communique. We believe that in the next step, what is going to be important, and it's very much a business that is signaling this to us, is further coordination and communication, in particular around policies regarding border crossing of people. That's important for the tourism industry. It's important for many value chains where staff has to move across borders, and coordination, cooperation across vaccines and other health-related policies in order to get this pandemic under control. More of the course, that's what our business is asking us for, coordination and cooperation, more of it, not less.
That's for sure. Thank you very much. Maybe to you, Sir Paul, again on this issue of importance of public policy in handling COVID. You mentioned that it doesn't have to be a choice between health and economy. But do you see whether the public policies and the way how they are structured and designed, they make an impact on economy and could have lasting impact on global economy itself? How do you see this situation?
Well, public policy is enormously important. I entirely agree with Marianne Jensen that trust is at the heart of it. I mean, the reason Denmark's done so much better than the United States is the Danish population very largely trusts its government to look after its anxieties and its proper concerns, whereas the American population no longer does. But let me come back to the central point that even before COVID. COVID's just exaggerated, amplified problems that have been building up unaddressed for 40 years. Globalization has the potential to benefit everybody, but the reality is that in a lot of OECD countries, half of the population, and indeed the poorer half, has been made worse off, not better off. There have been two big new vicious divides between a booming metropolis and periodically broken cities, broken by as manufacturing production moved to East Asia as a result of globalization. That wasn't compensated. And the other, a new divide between people with university education and people without. The people without had invested in manual skills. Those values have declined in the OECD countries because of a move of a lot of manual work, either removed altogether by technology or transferred to East Asia. So globalization has the potential to lift all boats, but the reality is that public policy was so poor at addressing these major groups that were losing that it's created a backlash. That's why, very understandably, the reaction is protectionism. Of course, because these people feel neglected and angry. So that's the tragedy. Just to demonstrate one dramatic indicator of that is the deaths of despair. The fact that for major groups of the population, life expectancy has actually been falling when technology means it should be rising. Ambassador Wolf sort of congratulated the pharmaceutical industry. The pharmaceutical industry over the last 40 years has become an ethical disgrace. It's responsible for quite a lot of these deaths of despair, as companies actually decided to profit from encouraging addiction. You can't get worse than that. That's why these companies are no longer trusted, because they behaved so disgracefully. And so until public policy actually does lift all boats, of course there'll be these backlashes and rising protectionism. You can't blame people. It's not populist nationalism. It's a failure to address the real concerns of ordinary people. Thank you.
Very interesting points. I think one of the issues that maybe we should discuss, or maybe it will be also part of the questions, is that on one hand we all believe that global trade, supply chains, open, free movement of goods and capital, movement of people, these are necessary preconditions for the economic recovery. On the other hand, what we see, for example, in the European Union, but also on the national level, is much more focus on what is called strategic sovereignty, resilience, even national resilience. So it will be interesting to also hear from you how you see the correlation between these two things. Is it compatible to be global, but at the same time have a strategic sovereignty and resilience, or is it something that actually runs against each other? But let's move from public policies to private sector. And I'm looking at Pierre and EBRD, obviously, as one of the major supporters of private sector and SMEs and companies in Central Eastern Europe. It seems to me that we are still living in a kind of optimistic bubble. When you look at the situation in at least, and again, we are in Slovakia, we are in Central Europe, there are different measures taken to make sure that people do not suffer and companies do not suffer too much from the impact of COVID. People are able to postpone the payment of mortgages, of loans. Companies do not have to pay or didn't have to pay taxes. There is a lot of support in terms of so-called Kurzarbeit, so the support of governments for the employment schemes. All these, of course, can last only for a certain period of time, because otherwise, obviously, the state treasuries and budgets will run out of funds. So, how do you see it? Are we really in this kind of optimistic bubble? Are we facing, when this measures are going to expire, are we facing a major problem in terms of the access to finance, in terms of survival of corporations? We have some sectors like tourism, hotels, anything related to transport, airports, etc., which are suffering a lot. How do you see the situation, and how is, for example, EBRD reacting to this new environment?
Very good questions, Vasil. I think in the short term, obviously, you have a general movement with very large fiscal stimulus packages, which have helped to cushion also, the impact of the crisis on individual and firms. And you mentioned that also creates inequality between the most advanced country, which have the means to do so, and others which have less the means to do so. And in our regions we cover, there are huge differences between the most advanced EU countries, for example, and Central Asian countries, to take extreme examples. In the long term, obviously, the situation is very uncertain. As you said, probably we are living a little bit, or many of us in our countries are living a little bit in a bubble, because there are two issues which are very acute. First, dependency on external support, and in EU countries, thanks to the very reactive solutions which have been provided by the EU and EU government, you've had more or less access to finance, which have been largely preserved, which is not the case in all countries. So when you took Georgia, for example, hopefully the IMF support allowed the government to increase its support package from 2% to 7%, but it's not the case in all countries. The second issue is really very much how you can build over the longer term in the recovery phase we all hope to see global FDIs flow to the countries which need that the most. And that is something where multilateral financial institution can bring also their contribution. On the fiscal side, also, this is a huge challenge, because beyond the increase of the debt ratio, you have had currency depreciation. So we are rediscovering also the fact that the resilience of the economies depends very much on the capacity of these countries and companies to have access to financing in local currency. That's very much what we are trying to do. As you know, 30% of our lending is in local currency, which is very high in the family of developing institutions. But this is crucial. Last, I would say trade, because this has been mentioned, and there is powerful evidence of the value of trade finance. In the first half of 2020, we as EBRD financed over 1,000 trade deals with a turnover of nearly 2 billion euros. It's a record high in the history of obviously our institution, but more generally. And I think having the capacity to support the continuation of trade is as important as having the right regulation and framework in place.
Thank you very much. I would like to go to Brussels. Obviously, Huawei has been quite a lot in the media, in the news, mostly because of the policies of the Trump administration and some of the sanctions which or limitations on the ability of Huawei to get into some of the markets, also in Western Europe and other countries, which I see as a trend which obviously is going against the Huawei's opportunity to sell and to deploy its products. On the other hand, COVID seems to be in favor of companies like Huawei, which is very much supporting digitalization, new technologies, IT, etc. How do you see this interplay, and what is Huawei doing to utilize the impact of COVID for its promotion of business?
Thank you very much. From Brussels' point of view, I mean, I'm sitting here. I look at what is happening in the EU and the certain member states. It's it's sometimes I feel if you read only the headline from the media, it seems like Huawei is a stranger who come to Europe is a new guys who come to your backyard and they are checking if this guy is trustable or not, especially when your long-term neighbor or friend tell you this is a bad guy, and then I see their policymakers they are quite complex and controversial debate on the topic of Huawei, but in fact, this is the 20th years anniversary of Huawei in Europe. We have won the trust from the operators, European-owned operators. I must remind you that European operators representing the highest competencies in terms of the telco operation as well as the cybersecurity. So in a way, your own companies has trusted Huawei for many, many, many years. It's not new. And then the second point I want to make is, along this 20 years of journey, the cornerstone of Huawei as a company, originally born in China, but embracing the multilateral rules of law, respect the rules in Europe, has been our cornerstone of the business success. And respect all the rules, is supposed to be what the business, should do and should be enough for them to do, and then the politics supposed to be handled by the politicians, and then any allegation, I remind the audience that political opinion without the factual checked, it has often been proven not reliable. I mean, if you check the track record of Huawei, we have been a main contributor in this industry to the digital economy and ICT infrastructures. According to the independent report from Oxford Institution, we have, based on the financial figures in 2019, we have contributed to the European GDP of 16.2 billion euros. We support more than 220,000 jobs, and we support 6.2 billion euros of tax revenue to the European authorities. More than 15,000 Huawei employees, which over 70% of them are local, representing the whole family of Huawei in Europe. So in a way, we have been here, we have been part of the ecosystem. I mean, if European decision makers, policy makers really look into its own industry interests and the development right of the operators, history will finally prove that we will be the trustworthy partner, and we will contribute to the digital agenda of European development and also the Green Deal, where the digital technology did indeed play a key role in this case.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the very good arguments. Now we have a few minutes left, I think 10 minutes until the end of this panel. First, I would like to ask whether there are any questions from the audience or from our virtual network and virtual audience. I don't see any hands here, at least not in the room. Maybe before we end this session, and maybe some questions may come later, I would like to ask each of you again very briefly to try to respond to the question, if you were to define what are, 2, 3 most important issues that will be important for the economic recovery, because we are talking about the ailing global economy. What do you think would be those two, three most important issues which have to be undertaken, decided. It could be in the public space, in private sector space, could be related to your organization. But when you look at the economic recovery post-COVID, what would you identify as the key priorities for you and your institution, but also for the global economy? Could we start with Madame Jansen, please?
I think in the immediate, I 2 terms already mentioned: coordinate and cooperate. That's what the business is expecting, and that's what will help to maintain things flowing. And as I already mentioned, the issue of border crossings of people and the issue of how do we get this pandemic under control, I'm thinking here of vaccine, will be important. The second point, communication and consultation with all stakeholders. But what I believe we learned in this crisis, that when it comes to risk assessment and risk management, the private sector has some lessons to tell us. So we would advise, and that has happened the case during the crisis, to work with private sector in order to understand that where we think we need to have certain products in place at the right time, access to certain things, make sure that this is communicated well and that the solutions that are found are consulted with business. And the last lesson, we very much believe that no country can provide all the items you need to deal with the crisis on its markets will continue to be important. In a pandemic like this, you needed masks, you needed gloves, you needed disinfectants, you needed patient monitoring devices, intubation kits, you needed disinfectants, and you needed all kind of other pharmaceuticals. Part of them you will always have matter, but that openness will have to be rebuilt and maintained with trust.
Thank you very much. Very clear message. I hope we'll be able to work as a global community in this direction, as you just outlined. Ambassador Wolf, what do you think are the key issues for the success of global economy?
Well, you know, the world has been through a variety of crises over time. In 1934, the Reciprocal Trade Agreements program began by the United States to lower barriers in the middle of the Depression. In 1948, countries came together and decided that they'd have an international trade organization. It became the GATT and now the WTO, when the devastation of 2 wars had to be faced. In 1973, the world was divided by non-tariff barriers. That was seen as a major problem, and we got international negotiations going and international codes were negotiated. And in 1985, there was a lot of unilateralism, something we've experienced again. And by 1995, we have a World Trade Organization to have broader understandings on international commerce. So international cooperation, as Marion said and others have said, is absolutely essential. I agree with Professor Collier with respect to, we were in trouble before pandemic hit. It points up some of the greater difficulties. That nationalism is not the answer. Autarky is certainly not the answer. Onshoring is not an answer. What is needed is cooperation and openness. When I talked about the pharmaceutical agreement, I was not talking about congratulating the pharmaceutical industry. I was talking about don't tax things that you need to meet the COVID-19 pandemic or for other health reasons. So the pharmaceutical agreement covered 90% of world trade when it was negotiated in 1995. It now covers something like 65% of world trade because some major players are not in it. But that greater openness is an answer. Fairness. We don't explain, globalization is a real problem for in terms of perception and reality, but it also has major benefits. What the WTO is about, and we don't articulate it enough, is fairness. If you are working in a factory and you make something that's very good and it's competitive internationally, it ought to be able to be sold internationally. If you're in agriculture and you're farming, you ought to be able to sell internationally. If you're in, you design an app, an application for a smartphone, as a surprising number of folks have done in many remote locations of the world. It ought to be able to be freely accessible by others in international trade. So we're about fairness. We don't say that often enough, and we got to provide it. There's a new emphasis on gender, making the world trade system work better for women. There are areas that are very harmful to women in agriculture and in industry as well. Micro and medium and small enterprises have to be able to participate to a far greater extent than they do. And we're finally turning to those issues. As well as the new issues, new for us anyway, environment. There will be proposals and actually measures, carbon tax, border taxes. We have to find out how to work that through on an international cooperative basis. So with climate change, we really have to deal with the environment. Consumer preferences have to be listened to, and workers who have to be taken care of in terms of the responsiveness of the international trading system to their needs. I think we can do it, and I think we'll have some renewal with the new Director General in that direction. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Maybe briefly from Abraham Liu, from your perspective, what are the key issues you would underline for the recovery?
Actually, if you look at the history of the telecommunication, 10 or 15 years ago, the whole world, we have 3 standards. So when you travel from Europe to America, you have to change your smartphone. And then the tariff used to be high. And then with the global collaboration, with the experts or the international company from the US, from Europe and China, in the 4G era, we have a unified LTE standard. And then later to the common 5G standard, which has been formed up in the European-based bodies, 3GPP and ETSI. And then I think globally, during this pandemic especially, the unified standard based on the global collaboration have greatly reduced the cost of not only the smart devices, but also the telecommunication data, communication, video call, in a big scale. And this prove that ICT actually is one of the most global coordinated industry. One of the biggest lesson we have learned, not only the importance of the digital technology, which has played an important role during the pandemic to support the work, remote medical communication, telework and so on and so forth, but also remind a whole human being, we have the common enemy, which is not to put finger between people, we have the common enemy, which is like the pandemic, like COVID-19. This needs even much more collaboration in a global scale. The multilateral organizations like WTO, like WHO, OECD, all these international organizations, your role is going to be more important, especially when we see the certain, superpower is more and more play the kind of unilateral approach, try to disrupt this global collaboration or decoupling the technology. That will potentially have a big negative impact to the whole human being society combating the COVID-19 pandemic. I think there are a lot more challenges for the human society, climate change and so on and so forth. We as a company who has benefited for the globalization and global cooperation, global supply chain, we really depend on the international society here in Europe, European Union, the other international platform to form up the global political trust to restore the new normal of the global collaboration. And I believe all the industry players, including the one from the industry peers from the US, we will all appreciate this kind of certainty brought by you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Liu. Pierre, from your side?
Yes, very briefly, three points on my side. I think first, building on the remarks which have been made, I think we have to deal seriously with the imbalances which, in fact, this crisis have more or less highlighted. These imbalances which led also to increasing distrust in institutions, in globalization, and that requires also tackling the issue of inequalities in a different way. And probably the private sector has a very big role to play in that, beyond the incentives which are designed by public authorities. The second point, I think, is very much that obviously we mentioned a lot of the challenges ahead, but it is also a huge opportunity to build back better, as we say. So focusing on a transition to more resilient, but also more green and more digital economies. Digitalization is a source of potential sustainable development, which is huge. And I will not go in detail, but what we see from Morocco to Mongolia to the Western Balkans, there is a catch-up also potential, which is huge. There is also a potential, I would completely support what has been said about free trade, but around diversification of supply chains, because it offers also opportunities to countries which were probably more remote from these opportunities. Last point, referring to what you mentioned, Vasil, which I think is a very important and potentially dangerous debate, which is around sovereignty. We have to find a balanced approach to sovereignty, where sovereignty is not about inward-lookingness, about thinking that you are self-sufficient and you don't need others to solve your problems, but very much combining both a project which deal with the concerns of the citizens, but which is open to cooperation and to the fact that obviously others can help and be part of the solution. So solidarity is as important probably in this period than sovereignty.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Actually, time is up for the panel, but let's also hear to the wisdom, listen to the wisdom of academia. Sir Paul, what are your views on what are the key issues?
Thank you. Thank you. So we need both harmonization and variation. If you know what to do about something, you need to harmonize on it. If you don't know what to do about it, such as COVID, you need variation so you can learn. I just come back to public policy over the last few years has been really very poor. We've harmonized things that shouldn't have been harmonized, and we've varied things that shouldn't have been varied. So to give you a couple of examples, the OECD is doing really good work trying to harmonize the variation in tax policies. Good luck to it. That's a very important thing. Corporate tax rates are so varied, we've had a race to the bottom. What else do we need to harmonize? I congratulate the EBRD on its Vienna initiative, which coordinated banks in Southeastern Europe so that they wouldn't all leave during the global financial crisis. We need that now in Africa. Who is going to coordinate the international banks to make sure that they don't leave Africa? Nobody's done it yet. Place-based policies. We need a lot of experiment here, variation, to know what works best to revive broken communities. And we don't know how to do that, so we need variation, and we gradually should learn from that variation. And that's something, learning from variation, that again, the OECD can do a lot of things to help on.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We are actually over time. I'm getting some reminders that we should finish, but I would like to thank you all, especially our panelists, all those here, but also those who were linked virtually through Zoom and other ways. I think it was excellent discussion. For me, the main kind of takeaway from this is that If we want to be successful coming out of the ailing global economy as we call it, we have to work together. We need international global cooperation supported by economic restructuring, which has to be driven by green and digital economy. And this has to be supported by public-private partnerships. So I think this was a very clear message from this panel. Thank you all. Have a wonderful afternoon, lunch for those who are going to eat. And again, thank you, big thank you to our panelists. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
GLOBSEC Tatra Summit drives discussions that shape the future of Europe.
Uncertainty. You have Brexit, you have the trade wars.
The climate change has become the part of financial risk.
Making Europe green, making Europe strong, and keep Europe united. You can translate this into climate, competitiveness, and cohesion.
But if we talk about carbon-free future, I think none of us want to go back 100 years. So what we need is innovation and technology.
It's absolutely necessary today and now talk about carbon neutrality in a way which preserves competitiveness of European industry.
You need incredibly strong, long-term thinking politicians who realize that if we don't start today, we will lose out completely.
Europe has to become more assertive and more sovereign. Europe has to give up expecting others to solve its problems.
Take on your shoulders the responsibility not only for yourself and for your interests, but also for Europe as a whole.
Representatives of business and trade have a role to play.
We have to save the industry in Europe. We have to help them in this transition.
You've managed to bring together a very high caliber group of people. So we've had very stimulating, intelligent conversations.
It's a very intimate conference, and this was a place where you really could have a conversation.
The Tatra Summit is definitely the leading forum, especially from the point of view of content and deeper understanding of the issues of competitiveness of Europe.
What I find very nice is to have here regional aspects, but the whole thing embedded in a pro-European context.
I work a bit in the European bubble in a way, so it's very interesting to see the different perspectives from professionals coming from the region.
Let's start here in this region, at least. Let's do something.
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome the moderator of the next session, Eline Chivot.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all and to our audience online or here in Bratislava. My name is Eline Chivot. I'm a senior policy analyst at the Center for Data Innovation. And it's an honor to be here today to get a chance to moderate this panel for the next hour on the topic digital sovereignty and the scramble for data supremacy. I will first introduce our guests before we dive into the conversation, and we'll be planning some time for questions and answers. You should feel free to post your questions. You can do so in several ways. Well, first you can actually raise a hand in this room and then walk to the microphone over there, or you can log in the forum's virtual platform by typing your question on live.globsec.org, or you can connect into the virtual studio via Zoom. The event is being streamed via Facebook Live, so feel free to share the stream on social media and engage on Twitter using the hashtag of GLOBSEC, and which is GLOBSEC 2020 and GLOBSEC's Twitter handle. Let's give this this session a little bit of context first to start with. So data sovereignty and data ownership have become part of this so-called digital sovereignty equation that's become a strong political narrative among European policymakers in Brussels and in member states. And there are concerns over the use of personal data by private companies driving this, which is raising questions about who owns that data and what consumers can do with it. At the same time, data is increasingly being viewed as a resource for states seeking an economic and strategic advantage over their rivals. Commissioner Thierry Breton, German Chancellor Angela Merkel, and others have asserted multiple times that it is time for Europe to wrestle control of European data from US and Asian counterparts, especially industrial data, as you know, Europe would have lost the battle of personal data. And so Europe wants to become a worldwide data hub, and there are calls for more safeguards against foreign access to European data. And the idea is really to control the data by processing it and storing it in Europe, to regulate it and preserve principles like data protection and privacy. And you hear, European policymakers like the German Minister Peter Altmaier, who's spearheading Gaia X, showcasing it as a way to counterbalance what he views as the strategic and economic advantages derived from foreign companies owning the most considerable portion of cloud services in the world. Now, some questions for today. As data enters the great power competition domain, how can we balance the region's economic and security concerns without sacrificing the free flow of cross-border data channel while reaffirming our commitment to free digital trade? What impact will this new scramble for data have on existing trade and geo-economic conflicts? How, if Europe gets this right, can it push for data sovereignty while encouraging and cementing a values-based approach to global cooperation without serving protectionist interests? And also, of course, are any of these plans gathering support, and are they likely to fly and materialize? With me today to discuss this great topic, and thank you all for joining, we have Henri Verdier, Ambassador for Digital Affairs from the Government of the French Republic, joining us from Paris. Lucinda Crichton, joining us from Brussels. You're the Chief Executive Officer at Vulcan Consulting, and you're also former European Minister. Carl Benedict Frey, who will be joining us in a few minutes. He's the Director of Future of Work at the Oxford Martin School from Oxford. And Cameron Carey, and Andrew H. Tisch, Distinguished Visiting Fellow from the Center for Technology Innovation at the Brookings Institution in Boston. And we have here with us today in person in Bratislava, Annette Numa, Digital Transformation Advisor, e-Estonia from Tallinn. Thank you so much for being here. Let me start with you, Ambassador Verdier. Let's talk a little bit about this concept of digital sovereignty and perhaps specifically data sovereignty. How should we understand the Commission's vision for this, and what's the trigger behind this, and how is this strategy perceived by other European member states, perhaps starting with France? I believe you are on mute. Could you please turn on your audio, Ambassador? Merci.
Yes, I did turn the audio out. Sorry. Yes, I just want to say thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the amazing topic of the debate, because we can exchange a lot. And I will try to be very interactive, so very brief. But if I may, I would put the emphasis about the fact that precisely because those questions are very important, we have to be very careful when this world of data comes into the conversation. And as you may know, I'm the former chief data officer for the French government, so I know a bit how complex is it. But you did notice that with the same word, we can refer to the statistics of agricultural production, to the GPS location of to my medical records, to the pictures that my daughter shares on Instagram, and you understand easily that it's not exactly the same thing. And again, also in the same debate, we can talk about privacy protection, algorithmic governance, economic sovereignty, or manipulation of opinion, which is not exactly the same issue. So maybe we are right to do this, since all these questions exist and are interconnected, but we have to be very careful of two quick shortcuts or analogies. And I would point out, if you authorize me, for example, that there is a huge difference between the data that we deliberately share with a company while assuming the risk that they know things about me, but they propose to me services, and massive surveillance or spying. It's two different issues. I would also, and I'm answering to a question, to say that some metaphors are imperfect and dangerous. And for example, a lot of people say that data is a new oil. And in fact, data is not like the oil. Data is a non-rival good. When you use it, you don't wear it out. And you even improve it very often. And if you start to reason about the governance of data as if it were about access to a rare mineral, for example, you will make some mistakes. And we'll have to face very important issues like regulating monopolies, like abuses of a dominant position, like preserving consumer freedom and the sovereignty of the states. But it cannot be through a protectionist approach. And here we are at the point where Europe starts thinking about sovereignty, and France is promoting actively a vision of sovereignty. But again, we are entering in a completely new world, and we need new solution, and we can use the past figure just like metaphors to think. And this digital sovereignty cannot be the old protectionism, cannot be the strategic hegemony, cannot be copying successful players in a European approach. We have to find something new. For France, and from a lot of our European friends, but we are still discussing this together, we have to start thinking in terms of strategic autonomy. As a free citizen in free countries, we have the right to decide if we want to protect our privacy, if we want to ask for accountability about the use of algorithms. We have the right to decide this. And to have this right, we need to be strong enough, creative enough, participant to the global international conversation enough to have a chance to determine the future. And very briefly, and I'm concluding like this, the French approach within this conversation is to say that this strategic autonomy cannot be a simple decision, like every data has to be in Europe, or like let's develop a European industry of 5G or things like this. We need a complete approach with four very important items. One is security, because of course, everyone can attack your infrastructures or spy your citizen. You are not sovereign. So we have to be able to protect ourselves and to fight for an international order stable and secure. The second is to have the power of creation. If we don't have any European startups, if we don't have any European unicorn, if our thinker or artists don't contribute to the international conversation, we won't be sovereign. So we need to be a land of creation. We can use our normative power to share our values, and of course the GDPR, which is now a kind of international framework used also by India, Japan, California. The GDPR is very important in terms of sharing some values and sharing some norms. And that's the dirty little secret in the digital economy. If you don't innovate on free infrastructures, you are not free. We need a permissionless innovation. We need to be able to innovate without the permission of big tech companies or big monopolies. And for this, we should and we will encourage European industry, for example, in 5G or quantum computing or artificial intelligence. And personally, I want to add that we could also learn to work a bit more with digital commons like OpenStreetMap, Wikipedia, free software, because when you work on this kind of infrastructures, you don't depend on the trade policy of a foreign company. So that's an important program, and I hope that we have a very interactive exchange. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and thank you for highlighting this international element, collaboration of the EU. You're trying to remain open to its partners, but we'll get back to that in a few minutes. I'd like to turn to you, Annette, because you can bring in the member states' perspective as well from Estonia. How are you looking at things from there, and what is really the true leeway of the European Union in managing a coordinated approach when it comes to data?
So also thanks for having me here, and that's a very good question. And what we are super happy about in Estonia is that we see that for the European Commission, it becomes more and more like essential topic to talk about, and especially the data management, which has been on a table for us already for the past 25 years. Yeah, you heard it correct, like almost 25 years we have been talking about such kind of things. So what we see is that the European Union has completely like fundamental differences when we compare to some other states such as US or China especially. So we are respecting the rule of law and all this kind of data protection regulations, which shows that why Europe should take like a little bit different like approach. And then we are very happy to see that Europe is like developing something like this. So we keep an eye on that fully. But what we see, especially regarding the data management from the Estonian side, our former president, Mr. Ilves, he said a sentence that sticks on my head for a very long time. He said that we shouldn't be afraid of a big brother, but we should be afraid of a small sister. Do you know who is a small sister?
No.
So small sister is Google, is your Facebook, it's your Twitter, all these kind of platforms that we use every single day without having any knowledge if they are collecting our information, how they are collecting our information, are they using this information for something, which they do, but we can never be sure that someone is not looking for our conversations or whatever. But the government side, we don't have such thing as a big brother, because for the Estonian side, we have a lot of transparency. So me as a citizen of Estonia, I have the full overview which government agency has been looking for my information. So we're not manipulating with anyone's information without them having to knowledge about that. So that's why we should be afraid of a small sister, not actually the big brother. And that's why we see a lot of known European companies that are violating these regulations and our privacy. So that's why we need to start regulating these things more.
And if I can ask you a follow-up question, because this is an important issue to address, obviously, but what are some of the challenges if we're talking about, the EU trying to facilitate data sharing between businesses as part of the data strategy, for instance, what are the challenges that you think those projects the EU is tabling should solve, should tackle?
First of all, I fully feel that the European Union is not doing enough cooperation with the private sector. this is what we need to improve as soon as possible, and include every time that we make these decisions, and when we start like developing this process of data management, then we need to include the private sector with us, and to discuss these things also with the European companies, what they should, what we should be doing together. So I think this is where should we start, and I guess that's the biggest issue that we're facing these days.
No, thank you very much, Annette. And I think Ambassador Verdier also referred to more or less directly to the fact that we still don't have a truly finished digital single market, and perhaps we need more creation, power of creation, as you very well put it. Let me turn to Cameron Carey, joining us from Boston. So we talked about this digital sovereignty narrative, this more or less what Ambassador Verdier also refers to as an open strategic autonomy. How is the United States looking at us, playing around with such narratives and the proposals that the Commission has been putting on the table this year? Cameron? I think we've lost Cameron Carey. I think, yes,
frozen.
It's frozen. Well, then, let me turn to Carl Benedict Frey. Carl, you've joined us from Oxford. I hope you can hear me.
I can.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to then collect your reaction on the proposals of the European Union when it comes to, trying to store more data in Europe, because the European data was generated by Europeans, belongs to Europeans. And I've heard Commissioner Breton say that if the Russians and the Chinese are doing it, then perhaps we should be doing it as well.
So I'm not too sure about that. I think we really need to... Sorry.
I think there's been, at first, so I first asked a question to Cameron, and then we couldn't see you and hear you, so I turned to Carl. So let me first ask Carl. Carl, you can answer the question, and I'll get back to you, Cam.
Right. Yes, thanks. I think Europe has clearly taken a lead on data regulation. And I actually think that one thing that we need to do is to rethink more fundamentally how the internet works and who owns and stores the data. Tim Berners-Lee is working on a very interesting project at MIT called Solid, which aims to decentralize the internet. And rather than having companies or governments storing the data that you've produced, Solid would allow you to own and store your own data. You can decide which organizations and which apps you want to share that data with. You could potentially decide to share your data with a data agent that negotiates on your behalf with potential users, because your data individually has very little value, but pooled with other data, it has significant value. We are now in a period where we've seen the labor share of income fall for 3 consecutive decades. We are living through a period where multinational corporations, especially in tech, are not paying their taxes. And we need to rebalance that somehow. And giving people ownership over their own data and creating models similar to labor unions, and that could be something like data unions to actually gain a share of the value that is being created. And I think it's absolutely critical.
Thank you so much, Carl. Let me then get back to you, Cameron Carey from Boston. So the European Union is going after monopolies, is trying to, they want to tax companies, digital platforms, and they want to create ex-ante rules as well. They want to store the data in Europe. So asking my question to you again, how is the United States seeing all this? And is the EU right to see itself caught in a rivalry between China and the US? Isn't there another way in which it could sort of create a third vision?
Well, and thank you. And I hope so, and I apologize for going off there. I thought I was unmuting, and I ended my connection. So I'm glad you took another questioner. So, I do think that the term digital sovereignty is frankly an unfortunate term because it sounds an awful lot like cyber sovereignty, which is the term that China uses. I've been to the what they call the Global Internet Summit in Wuzhen, and which is China's platform for its vision of technology and the internet. And cyber sovereignty is really the central theme of that conference. And I think that terminology, affects how Americans perceive the digital sovereignty initiative. And that is certainly, that it has overtones of protectionism, of a kind of dirigisme with regard to the digital economy. And I think we see that debate taking place within the European Union. I think there are voices that talk about very strongly in terms of keeping data within the European Union. But I think there are other aspects that I applaud. I do think that Europe is taking a lead in terms of thinking systematically and strategically about data. I think in the United States we're a little bit complacent because of our technology leadership and successful system of innovation. But I think in the United States we need to up our game. I think we have established some international norms with respect to controls on surveillance, frankly. Presidential Policy Directive 28 extending the rights of Americans to people everywhere, I think is a new norm. And we see in the decision out of the CJEU on Tuesday that a number of member states are conducting surveillance that is frankly much broader than what the U.S. has today. It's comparable to what was repealed in the USA Freedom Act in 2015. But we do not have a comprehensive law on privacy and data protection and data security. That is something that we need to do. And I think heard earlier today the foreign ministers very interesting discussion, which I think outlines some of the ways that we need to move in the transatlantic relationship, including with respect to data governance, to the flows of information. I think that trying to deal with information, as in terms of ownership, is not the right course. As Ambassador Gautier said, this is not a non-rivalrous good. We need to deal with it in ways that respect individual interests in that information, but to try to inject notions of ownership, whether it's at the individual level or at the state level, puts too much friction into the system. Innovation, creation, all of the things that we've talked about in terms of benefits of the digital economy do depend on information flows. We need to work together to enable those flows, in ways that respect the individual interests and other interests relating to that information. My name is an important part of my identity, but it is regulated by the state. I don't have exclusive ownership of it. And that is the way that information works. So again, we need to work together based on common values to enable information flows.
Thanks very much, Cam, for this very rich insights. And it's true that what you talk about data localization as contradicting the digital economy, being in contradiction with it. And some say that maybe the EU should more forcefully endorse free digital trade as the preferred global standard. But I also like how you say that the EU at least should be given credit for taking action when so many others have been missing in action when it comes to proposals for the digital economy. Now turning to Lucinda Crichton, joining us from Brussels, reminding our audience that you're Chief Executive Officer of Vulcan Consulting, as well as Senior Advisor to the Counter-Extremism Project. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm wondering if you have some thoughts on what is the EU trying to achieve with all these plans? And I know that the data strategy, for instance, proposes to create personal data spaces. Do individuals want those data spaces? And to what extent does it make sense for governments to intervene when it comes to data sharing? I know that Annette emphasized the importance of cooperation with the private sector. To what extent does that work? Could you put your audio on, please? I think you're mute.
Okay. No?
Oh, no, you're here. Thank you.
No? Yeah? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So thank you. I'm actually joining from Dublin rather than Brussels this afternoon. And thank you for inviting me to represent the Counter-Extremism Project in this discussion. We are a transatlantic not-for-profit organization which to a large extent focuses on transparency in terms of online presence, and we have been focusing, I suppose, very closely on the terrorist content online regulation and also the forthcoming Digital Services Act. So we're following all of these issues extremely closely and analysing the different approaches, not just in Europe but globally, to the threat of terrorist and extremist content online. So I think this is a really timely discussion, because we really do have a plethora of proposals coming from a very active European Commission, which is really anxious to deal with all sorts of issues, from the terrorist threat to disinformation, misinformation online, to the whole area of digital sovereignty, and the transfer of data. So it's, I think, as the other speakers have very eloquently pointed out, this is a really complex area which touches everybody's lives and touches every aspect of business now and trade globally. So it's very difficult to look at it in a siloed fashion. I think one of the points that has been made is that the European Union has led in terms of transparency and tackling these very complex issues around data, data protection, data transparency, and I think that's a very positive thing. It's not to say that everything has been perfect. If you look at GDPR, I think it has been a stage setter, if you like, or a scene setter globally. And while it was perhaps viewed with a lot of skepticism by large global tech giants, they have embraced it. They are making it work. And companies of all scales and sizes are making it work, but it's not without flaws, and it will be reviewed in the lifetime of this commission, and it certainly can be improved. I think one lesson from GDPR is that complexity sometimes can make the functioning of regulation of this sort much more challenging, and simplicity really is I think the gold standard and the objective that we should be striving for. So there are lessons to be learned from GDPR, which I think can be applied as the European Union looks at its new data strategy, looks at its forthcoming legislation on artificial intelligence, and of course deals with the Digital Services Act. From our point of view, I think the real focus is not so much on who controls the data, whether it's governments, whether it's private industry, whether it's individuals, and to a large extent that horse has bolted. It's very difficult to sort of backtrack in terms of where data is held. But I think what's key is transparency. And certainly in the consultations which have already occurred around the Digital Services Act, and we'll see the publication of that new act hopefully in early December, I think the focus has rightly been on ensuring that there is full transparency in terms of not just how data is managed, but also transparency in terms of how data is used to target particularly consumers, and also how data is manipulated through algorithms. And at present, there is virtually no regulation or understanding or transparency of that, not just in Europe, but globally. And I think if we do want to open up a truly digital global environment, trading, commercial and otherwise, then entirely new standards of transparency will be necessary. And I think that type of transparency cannot just be left to private operators, but needs to be ensured and monitored by specifically designed agencies, government agencies, whatever format they take. I think, on other aspects of the discussion that we're having here, I would share particularly Cameron's view about some of the language being a bit unfortunate. I think particularly in these times of COVID, we are seeing more of a focus on nationalism, on sort of this emphasis on domestic champions, not just in the context of data, but in the context of pharmaceutical goods, PPE, etc., globally, and the discussions we're having around supply chains. I think it's important that we don't close ourselves off, that we don't pitch ourselves as competing entities, but rather find ways in which at least friendly nations and allies can work together for greater transparency, greater competition, greater innovation. And the European Union has wonderful tools at its disposal to make that happen. I think we have one of the leading competition antitrust regimes in the world, and there's a huge amount that can be done to utilize that and to leverage it in order to ensure that we support competition as opposed to pursuing a path of protectionism, which I think would be a backwards and retrograde step.
Thank you very much, Lucinda, and thanks for bringing in that element of transparency and insisting on the international element. I know that some suggest that we could do more pre-standardization in some of the approaches when it comes to data governance framework, so that you'd avoid baking principles too much already before we can actually sit around the table and agree, to make things more interoperable, for instance, between the United States and the EU. So what I picked up from what you said is also, more rules from the EU generally. There's really a push to become more of a regulatory superpower. Some believe that more rules and more certifications will enable more trust and more adoption of technology. I'd like to turn to bring you back in, Ambassador Verdier, because some suggest that that might come at the expense of innovation, and there's a lot of skepticism from various stakeholders that are expected to participate in the proposals of the Commission, like Gaia X, because of the lack of capabilities, the limited possibility to scale with those alternatives. And I know also the French government is planning to create a French Airbnb. Should we not stop betting on the wrong horses and try to go after areas where we can actually lead? When you look at the cloud landscape, it's saturated. A lot of the providers are American. Could you please unmute yourself? Merci.
Sorry. So, I'm a former entrepreneur. I started 3 companies, the last one in big data. So I understand your point, and maybe I give you the point. Very briefly, but very seriously, and maybe I can exchange with Cameron Carey, because you were a bit ironic about this old-fashioned word of sovereignty. We are not speaking about a continent of bureaucrats wanting to make rules and rules and rules. We are speaking about very concrete issues. If I may, for example, in the US election we are seeing now, the 2 candidates has a huge database of 200 million of citizens with 50 information about each to design personal advertising campaign with $500 million each to make personal advertising. We don't want this in Europe. We don't organize our elections like this. And we want to protect the privacy and to regulate political advertising. We have the right to organize our continent like this. A second example, quite every application in your smartphone does use Facebook Connect, PayPal, and Google Maps. Okay, they have the right if they choose. But it's dangerous for European economy because for example, Google 2 years ago decided in one day to change the API policy and to multiply the price by 100 in one night, like this. As a French CTO, I asked to my administrations to use OpenStreetMap because it's a more secure strategy if you develop your service to develop this on a platform. We cannot change the rules and the price like this. Mm-hmm. So we are speaking about very serious issues. We spoke a bit about terrorism content. For a long time, till 2 years ago, the US definition of terrorism didn't integrate domestic terrorism and far-right extremism. We did have to face the Christchurch attacks and things like this. So we cannot just wait for regulation coming from the US and Facebook adapting just this regulation. We have to be able to sit on the table and to say, sorry, we want to fight against far-right terms. So that's the point. And we will make this. And as I said, we'll make this because we'll innovate, because we'll regulate, because we'll exchange, because we'll create, not just by 1 or 2 or 3 laws. And to conclude, so I give you the point, Eileen, that I say it very often that when someone says we'll make a XXX European, it will fail because in the digital economy, winner takes all, first takes all. So if you start the second after a big tech company, you will lose. You are too far. But so we have to innovate in a different way, not just copying companies. And I did predict the failure of a lot of old industrial approach in Europe. From what I know, Gaia X is not the same because Gaia X feels something very digital. It's a huge interoperability system to be sure that all European industrials will be able to share resources in a very efficient way. It smells good, and I hope that we are entering in a new era where we have digital strategy to face digital issues.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Annette, I'm sure you have a reaction. There's a lot to unpack with what we've heard, but particularly on Gaia X. I recently was in Germany and I was asking some people from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, what's going on? What's the plan? Why should we believe in this project?
So we're happy to see that they're developing something and doing something, but we are not 100% sure if this thing is needed there, if this is a thing that we should be focusing on. But we are keeping our eye on that, how the development process is going, and if we can be a help there, if we can consult them somehow. And we would be, again, I have to talk about the private sector view here, because we do fully hope that the private sector will be also able to focus on that prospect there. together and then to actually also maybe help to establish this project. But I have to be honest with you that we have some concerns because the entire project has been led by only Germany and France. So the question is, where are other countries, and why this is only managed by two large states in the European Union? Because maybe they're going to get a power of this information, then they're going to manage all these kind of things from their side. I'm not saying that we're not supporting that. We are keeping the eye on that, and whatever European Union is doing, we are more than happy to negotiate all the things and to be a big partner also on that side.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn to Carl again, also commenting on this aspect of one of those aspects of the proposals of the Commission, so creating this cloud infrastructure. But there's also been, some events when it comes to other topics or instruments like the EU-US Privacy Shield. Where do you think this could be going moving forward as the EU and the US are, trying to negotiate?
Well, it's very difficult for me to tell where this is going. I think some others on the panel have more insight into that. What is clear, there is a number of imbalances between Europe and the United States when it comes to technological leadership right now. The US clearly has the edge in artificial intelligence and in developing digital technologies, but Europe arguably has the edge when it comes to regulation. And I think one thing that we are seeing increasingly in the debate, which I think is the wrong way to think about the future of the digital economy, is this notion that we need to have these large multinational tech giants in order to be competitive. So far, many of these tech firms have had very little impact on the real economy. Productivity growth in the United States has been in decline for 10 to 15 years now, despite all the hype surrounding digital and artificial intelligence. And the reason for that is that artificial intelligence is not yet a mature technology, and we need to stop talking about it as if it was one. What is needed for AI to become truly transformative is a lot more of innovation, especially to make artificial intelligence more data efficient. The notion that you're going to have a huge advantage in artificial intelligence because you're sitting on a pile of data is absolutely wrong. And what we see is actually that we have been biasing developments in AI towards more data-intensive applications, such as classifying cats and dogs, such as playing video games. Those things are not going to have any tangible impact on the economy. One analogy that I really like is that, if you go back historically and you look at the first industrial revolution, we're arguably in the fourth industrial revolution, and I think some parallels with the first industrial revolution still carry. So the first steam engine developed by Thomas Newcomen had virtually no impact on productivity growth at all because it was extremely energy inefficient. It was really only with James Watt's separate condenser that the steam engine became energy efficient and began to have an impact on the economy. We need this separate condenser moment in artificial intelligence. And for that to happen, we need to leave entrepreneurs with a lot of freedoms and ability to experiment with different type of ideas. We need to get away from the idea that we need to support global technology champions. What we need to support is new businesses having new ideas and coming into the market. It used to be the case historically that when you had excess profits in the market, you would have businesses coming in and competing away those excess profits. That is no longer happening. And the reason for that is that there's a lot of rules and regulations that prevent that from happening. And many of these companies already have market power and can prevent that from happening. So what we do need is to foster competition in order to make sure that we harness the benefits of artificial intelligence. Maintaining the status quo is not something that is going to either give the US the advantage of actually having a transformation that impacts people's daily life in terms of raising living status, or trying to copy that approach in Europe is going to be equally unsuccessful. So I think we really need to think through intellectual property law, whether we can actually have technology companies pursuing patent blanket strategies to block competition rather than protecting products. I think the situation right now is completely unsustainable. And we really need to think about antitrust and competition policy very carefully to make sure that we have more competition. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Lucinda, do you agree with what Carl said with respect to the importance to foster competition and that the status quo wouldn't be acceptable? But how do we foster competition? When you've probably heard of those leaked documents from the Commission suggesting a list of prohibited practices for what the Commission calls gatekeeping platforms. Do you think this is the way that the EU should use moving forward in the digital economy? Should they maybe not try to find a common ground with other countries when it comes to antitrust and competition policy, or even online content issues like disinformation?
Well, I think disinformation is probably a difficult area for the European Commission, DG Competition, to get involved in. But I do think that DG Competition has the tools to deliver a more even and fair level playing field, which is what the whole purpose of competition law is in the first place. And we have seen it, we've seen it done by the European Commission in the last 10, 15 years, where it has, challenged the monopolization of data, the exclusion of competitors from certain platforms, and it has done so quite effectively. So I think that the European Commission has pretty robust powers and capacity to strive to ensure that that a level playing field is achieved, and I think that is something that is both desirable and practical. I do think that it's fair to say that we have lagged quite a way behind the United States in particular in innovation in technology, and I think some of the points that Carl has made are really interesting in terms of the fact that it's not simply about the scale of data, but actually about innovation in terms of how that data is utilized. And that's where I think there is a real opportunity and a real gap in Europe for innovation and for, I suppose, lateral thinking in terms of how we approach that. And that can be achieved in many respects through R&D, through supports, through different schemes. And we see a lot of that already happening and being channeled through the European Union and individual member states too. Also, tax policy is an obvious way in which innovation can be supported and encouraged. Innovative thinking around capital gains tax and so on can support startups and also encourage those startups not to be sold or acquired at an early stage if they're showing high potential. I think it's important, and I certainly know that one of the objectives of Europe's industrial strategy is try to ensure that more of those European high potential startups, unicorns, actually stay in European ownership and are not flipped or sold at the very early stages. And that's something that can be supported through smart government policy at member state level, as well as through EU strategies. So I think there's a lot in our toolkit and a lot that can be achieved without sort of I suppose going down the road of the kind of protectionism which others on the panel have warned against. I would bring the point back to transparency. I think if consumers and if business is to have confidence in the system, and get behind and support a European digital strategy or data strategy, then it has to be based on foundations which are really, really clear in terms of the requirements around transparency. I think that is the biggest risk to the sharing of data globally at the moment. There are security risks related to it, obviously, but there are just confidence issues which accompany that. And I think that is something, it is an area where the European Union, above any of our competitors, definitely has an advantage and a track record, and it's something that is to be built upon.
Thank you very much, Jacinta. We have very little time left, but we have a question from the audience, from Katarina Shvertnerova. Sorry. I think this is a question that Cam Carey could respond to. So let me read it to you. Where do you see the trend of incorporating data flows clauses into the international trade agreements? Do you think the amount of data generated by citizens may become a competitive advantage of some states, which will then naturally become more interesting for trade partners at the expense of others? Are you comfortable with this question?
So I don't think that trade agreements are the best vehicle for addressing the flows of personal information. I think the issues are simply too fraught to deal with them as fundamentally economic issues. They obviously have economic impacts, but I think the experience of discussing the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, some of the chapters, I think shows the difficulty of that. I think we are better off, certainly on a transatlantic basis, dealing with that through the discussions that take place in between the U.S. and the European Union as to whatever replaces the privacy shield. Those will be difficult, but I think there are pathways on both sides, and it will take accommodation on both sides.
Yeah, some say that and thank you for addressing the US EU privacy shield, some say that the solution could lie in trustees from the European Union, trustees that could process the data on behalf of US companies. Do you see any other solutions? Encryption, maybe?
Well, I think encryption is certainly an important one. It's widely used by some of the larger providers, and I think ultimately it will take, legislation on the U.S. side. I think it's difficult to resolve some of the issues of judicial remedies because some of the challenges there are based in our Constitution. So dealing with that is like asking the EU to change the charter to accommodate. But I think, based on the ways that both the US and the European Union provide remedies for surveillance that are limited because of the recognition in the Court of Human Rights as well as the Court of Justice that some secrecy is required, so that real-time remedies are not always possible. But I think subsequent notification could provide a basis for people to seek a remedy in U.S. courts, much as can happen in the EU. I think also the codification into law of the many regulations and procedures that exist to provide safeguards for U.S. surveillance that limit the scope and the scope of the collection, the access to the information, I think would go a long way towards changing the discussion.
Thank you very much. It's very unfortunate that I already have to wrap up this session, but thank you so much for your time and for being here to discuss this today. And also thank you to our audience for tuning in or joining in person. Let's give a round of applause to our fantastic speakers, please. Thank you so much. And for those of you in this room, you can stay seated. We will continue on this stage with the live stream of the interview with Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya. Thank you so much.
Political Islam has for a long time been accepted as the lesser of two evils. Germany, France or the UK have accepted Muslim Brotherhood representatives from their countries of origin as refugees decades ago, but have recently been changing their perspective. President Macron has named the Muslim Brotherhood as a problem in February, just as the UK did in the 2015 counter-extremism strategy. Central and Eastern Europe has been closed off to such movements, but for the last 3 decades the situation has changed. What is interesting is that despite the diverse environment of Muslim presence it contains, studies of movements such as the Muslim Brotherhood are lacking. GLOBSEC, with the partnership of Counter-Extremism Project, has launched a project that looks into the diverse environments of 5 selected countries across the Central and Eastern Europe that aims to map the Muslim Brotherhood activities in it. We have devised a methodology that assesses the linkages of local groups to the Muslim Brotherhood, so if you're interested to know more about it, please feel free to read our first report on the matter. And for the project as such, follow us on social media to stay up to date with our current research.
Well, facial recognition can be a tool that can be helpful to law enforcement, but it can also be very significant as an invasion of privacy. If you use facial recognition, for example, to run against video or photographs of people who've done something wrong, that can be a useful law enforcement tool. But if you're using it to surveil what everybody does, every place in the public, at every minute, in order to create a large database of everybody's behavior, it can become a very significant instrument in eliminating privacy and in enhancing a totalitarian surveillance state.
According to GLOBSEC Trends data, the support for EU membership is very high in Austria, at 78%. Against the background of the rather chaotic Brexit management in the UK and increased global instability, Austrians feel safer as part of a common European family. That is also why the traditional Eurosceptics, such as the Austrian Freedom Party, have toned down their voices in questioning EU membership as such, and shifted rather towards talking about changing the overall design of the European Union. However, GLOBSEC's survey had been carried out before the Austrian government of the Conservative People's Party and the right-wing Freedom Party broke down. We can expect the formation of a new government in autumn 2019, which could have implications on Austria's positioning towards the EU. And this might also have an impact on the public opinion on the EU. The current caretaker government in general avoids big initiatives, whether at a domestic or the EU level now. So it remains to be seen which EU strategy the Freedom Party will adopt in the run-up to the national elections and afterwards.
How come there is a relatively strong belief in the narratives of either Brussels or Franco-German dictate, though?
The EU is often regarded as far, remote, and difficult to understand, also amongst those who can be defined as pro-European. Another point of criticism often mentioned is the democratic deficit and the doubt that a small country like Austria can have a say in the EU. These fears have actually been nurtured by Austrian mass media since EU accession. According to GLOBSEC trends data, 4 out of 10 respondents agree that the EU dictates to us what to do, and 3 out of 4 respondents agree that the European Union is ruled by a few large states, such as Germany and France. This can be attributed to the fact that the founding members have been regarded both as the main drivers of the integration process of the last decades and as main players in handling multiple crises. Germany, as Austria's big neighbor, has always been in a special focus in the domestic EU-related debates and in the media. On the other hand, it also shows the importance that Austrians still give to the national level. Ever since the accession, nostalgic sentiments of a peaceful, neutral, and independent Austria in the heart of Europe have been highlighted by political representatives and media in contrast to EU membership, which is then associated with the loss of sovereignty and self-determination. In this regard, Switzerland is often cited as a role model Austria should have followed.
Hello folks, we present our Workspace as a Service strategy. Everybody knows it, we work in vastly different ways than we did only a few years ago. That's why we reinvented the office-to-office experience. With more than a quarter of a century's experience in real estate, we believe some things have to change if a workspace is to properly serve its users. We took workspace design beyond the borders of the physical space, and our strategy brings 5 core elements to make you productive and happy. Want to know what they are? We're interested in user experience, your well-being and productivity, or simply you. Our Space Experience Toolkit helps us by working with aspects of BREEAM and WELL certifications. Symbiocy, a workspace solution using data and our knowledge to create healthy, collaborative and productive spaces. Do you want more? Enjoy our offer of diverse services like bike sharing, community events and concierge, delivering more value to you and your company. Just more. Freelancers and startups, your attention please. HubHub is for you. Co-working spaces encouraging collaboration and creativity by bringing startups and corporations together under one roof. Are you looking for much flexibility? Cubes are flexible workspaces with all-inclusive services that are simple to scale and expand anytime. Project teams and SMEs welcome. Why are we doing this and why is it important? Because just as your home isn't just your flat, work isn't just an office. Our strategy, Workspace as a Service, is a way to create a healthy and productive work environment ready to serve generations to come. We're an international workspace provider and city-forming property developer operating in 6 European markets with 800 professionals. And in all countries, we're excited to introduce our well-being approach by creating new business districts that are not only lively places for people to work, but great places for people to be.
Hi, we are the Wilfried Martens Centre for European Studies, the official think tank of the European People's Party. A think tank, elitist, isolated, grey suit experts that hide in tall buildings? Well, not exactly. We are more like idea ninjas, positive thinkers. Positive, but not naive. Europe's challenges are very real, but we refuse to see them as symptoms of a failing system. And we do not hurry to offer simplistic, populist answers. We think these challenges deserve the best of our intellectual efforts. We share the same spirit as the European founding fathers. Europe, the biggest, most ambitious democratic project. Remember, through our work, the legacy of Wilfried Martens, our founder, lives on. He was a visionary, yet pragmatic and responsible pro-European, and a freedom champion. Being a political think tank also means that we are a full part of the policy-making ecosystem. We are here to inspire Europe's policymakers. We bring ideas that help the European Union become a strong global player, a reliable ally, and a better democracy promoter. Our strengths: a wide and growing network of partners all over Europe, a track record of research excellence, and a dynamic presence in the EU bubble and online. So, what drives us forward? In the end, it all comes down to you. Yes? You. We aim to influence and impact policy for the benefit of the European citizen. So, go ahead, read our studies, take part in our events, participate in our campaigns, come discuss, share, and even challenge our ideas. The choice is yours, and so is the EU.
So I think this is a crucial question for Europe. I think we have to understand the reasons people have gone to vote for the populists. And that has to do with solidarity and equality, which they feel is lacking, and it has to do with a sense of community and identity. So we, pro-Europeans, liberal internationalists, have to address those fears and concerns that they have. That means a different economic policy, it means talking more about liberal patriotism, and it means giving a vision of Europe, the European Union, which actually delivers for them and not just for an elite.
Umenie nás inšpiruje, prináša radosť a robí svet krajším. Vzdelanie znamená múdrosť, vďaka ktorej môžeme rásť a rozvíjať sa. Technológie a inovácie zjednodušujú náš život. Prepájame tieto svety, pretože veríme, že umenie, vzdelanie a technológie spolu vytvárajú novú, inteligentnú budúcnosť. 3 svety, 1 banka. Tatra banka.
GLOBSEC Bratislava Forum is the platform to tackle disruption and discuss solutions for better tomorrows.
Basic theme of disruption is crucial because, to me, the issue is not whether it's climate change or whether it's the Chinese or the Russians or whatever. It's actually the concatenation, the mix of them all. And that's what I think is so valuable about this, because it is a generalized conference. It allows us to see how all these problems combine. In Washington, we don't have enough exposure to what's happening in Central and Eastern Europe, particularly. And we think we know everything until we come to GLOBSEC.
GLOBSEC has convened a very impressive group of people that are subject matter experts on our most pressing global challenges. And I've really enjoyed the depth of the conversations, also the energy and the ambition to do something about these challenges is something that I have felt. When you can find an area that intersects the business asset with the social impact asset, I think that's the place where you find sustainability.
So not just the government, but the companies and societies, all of them together in an effort for progress.
So I come here, I get inspired, I get more hopeful than when I arrived. So this is my 3rd. I only wish that it was my 12th or 13th. I missed out, and I wish I had come earlier.
GLOBSEC Tatra Summit drives discussions that shape the future of Europe.
Uncertainty. You have Brexit, you have the trade wars.
The climate change has become the part of financial risk.
Making Europe green, making Europe strong, and keep Europe united. You can translate this into climate, competitiveness, and cohesion.
But if we talk about carbon-free future, I think none of us want to go back 100 years. So what we need is innovation and technology.
It's absolutely necessary today and now talk about carbon neutrality in a way which preserves competitiveness of European industry.
You need incredibly strong, long-term thinking politicians who realize that if we don't start today, we will lose out completely.
Europe has to become more assertive and more sovereign.
Europe has to give up expecting others to solve its problems.
Take on your shoulders the responsibility not only for yourself and for your interests, but also for Europe as a whole.
Representatives of business and trade have a role to play.
We have to save the industry in Europe. We have to help them in this transition.
You've managed to bring together a very high caliber group of people. So we've had very stimulating, intelligent conversations.
It's a very intimate conference, and this was a place where you really could have a conversation.
The Tatra Summit is definitely the leading forum, especially from the point of view of content and deeper understanding of the issues of competitiveness of Europe.
What I find very nice is to have here regional aspects, but the whole thing embedded in a pro-European context.
I work a bit in the European bubble in a way, so it's very interesting to see the different perspectives from professionals coming from the region.
Let's start here in this region, at least. Let's do something.
Možno ste ho prekonali, ale možno aj nie.
Je dobré sa to dozvedieť. Testujeme protilátky, ktoré si váš organizmus na tento vírus mohol vytvoriť. A to najspoľahlivejšou laboratórnou metódou.
ELISA metóda v rozbore krvného séra má najvyššiu spoľahlivosť výsledkov.
Ak ste ochorenie prekonali aspoň pred 2 týždňami, zároveň vaša celková imunita je v poriadku a vaše telo si utvorilo protilátky, tak tie sa ukážu v triede IgG.
Len teraz v štartovacej cene 38 € plus manipulačný poplatok. Nepremeškajte.
Kliknite na lab.online a kúpte si svoju istotu.
Len teraz za 38 €.
Zdravie máte v krvi. Lab.online.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the moderator of the next session, Alena Kucko.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're very delighted to welcome you at the next discussion, which is titled The Post-Pandemic Global Disorder, Roles and Responsibilities of Power Players. My name is Alena Kucko, and I'm director of the GLOBSEC Policy Institute. But more importantly, with me today is a fantastic lineup of speakers who are coming from very different parts of the globe, and I'm sure have equally different opinions, which probably will stimulate a very enlightening discussion. Joining online, we have Shada Islam, who is founder and director of the New Horizons project, joining us from Brussels. Welcome, Shada. We have Ambassador Neelam Dio, who is director at the Gateway House, joining us from Mumbai. Welcome, Ambassador. And we also have with us... we have also with us Damon Wilson, who is Executive Vice President of the Atlantic Council and joining us from Washington, D.C. Welcome, Damon.
Pleasure to be with you, Elena.
And here, right here with me in Bratislava, is Bruno Masaes, who is Senior Fellow at the Hudson Institute and Senior Advisor at the Flint Global Lisbon. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us today and for staying with us in the afternoon. We have no officials on this panel, so I'm pretty sure we'll be pretty brave in our statements, even though I must admit the foreign ministers today in the morning were setting the bar pretty high, so I'm sure we'll have a lot to deliver at this panel as well. Bruno, you're first on my desired list of speakers, at least by the virtue of you being right here with me in Bratislava. A couple of hours ago, we were following with you the session of the foreign ministers of France, Germany, Slovakia, Romania, and Greece. And the French foreign minister, Jean-Yves Le Drian, he said that COVID-19 was a revealer and accelerator, which I interpret as he still agrees with the statement that he made in the spring that the world after or during COVID-19 will be exactly as before, but much worse. Is that also the vision that you see? Do you think the world is changing, and if so, how?
No, I tend not to agree with that. I was recently in another conference where there was the question, accelerator or transformer, and I see it more as a moment of transformation. And I think where we can see that very clearly is at the level of the political economy. There were some trends before COVID pointing towards a greater role for the state, but what we've seen so far are things that a year ago would have been unthinkable. That important political leaders in France, in Germany, are now talking openly about strategic competition, about the importance of having strategic reserves of fundamental goods, which for the time being are medical supplies, but they could very easily expand into other areas. One can see the same argument now being applied to the problem of climate change and perhaps food supply. So I think larger and larger segments of our economy, at least they will be open to debate whether one should move towards a different kind of approach. I don't think it's the end of globalization, but let me give you this analogy. Perhaps many of the sectors that I just mentioned will come to resemble the energy sector. The energy sector is compatible, of course, with global markets, particularly when it comes to oil. But you always have to balance considerations of efficiency with considerations of security. So you have strategic reserves of oil. You always have the need to diversify. There was a discussion we had in the case of the energy sector that I think we're now going to have in other areas. And finally, I think we've already seen that in the US, less in Europe and in Asia, but I expect that many people who have projects of social and political transformation will make this very simple argument. If we were able, in the case of COVID, to stop our economies, to stop 1/3 of our economies, to reshape them in order to save lives, isn't it possible to do the same in the case of other very valuable social goals? Why shouldn't we do the same in the case of climate change, which, by the way, every year has a higher number of victims already than COVID? Shouldn't we be able to do the same in the case of racial justice or social justice? That's a debate that is happening in the US. So I still think that this is going to be a moment where politics in the grand style is going to make a return, with all the risks and the dangers that that entails. But I think it is a moment of transformation, even if, let us say, 20 or 30 years from now, people won't quite remember what the immediate cause was. But I think we're going to go through a period of years or decades where suddenly some possibilities are open simply by the fact that we've all gone through the past few months and we realize that actually collective action is incredibly powerful. And finally, I won't talk about it now, but maybe we'll come back to it. I think COVID reopens completely the question of technology and the role of technology in our societies. There will be many people who conclude from COVID that we need a more cautious approach to technology. Many people think that COVID is a result of the Anthropocene, of humanity's expansion into areas that were inhabited, creating more possibilities for zoonotic transmission of diseases from animals to human beings. There are other people like myself who think that actually COVID shows us that we need a faster approach to technological development. We're going to need it for climate change as well. So I've already given a number of examples where I think really big questions, bigger than we're used to, are being opened up by COVID.
Thank you so much, Bruno. And I want to immediately pick up on what you were saying about COVID being creating this possibility for the grand transformation and the rethinking of the social and political environment where we're living. And I want to go to Damon. Damon, I know you're joining us from the US, so I'll pick up on that. During this conference, surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, we didn't talk too much about the US leadership, or some people would say lack of leadership in the world today. And partly that is because it seems like there is already two groups of people who hold partially irreconcilable opinions. One group probably is led by Heiko Maas, who was here today, who says that the US is going to continue to withdraw from the world, regardless of who is going to become the president, the next president of the US, though of course the rhetoric might become much nicer. But also there is another group of people who are saying that if Biden wins, then the relations will go back to some kind of normality, and there is going to be a very fruitful cooperation which is backed by the powerful US leadership in the world. So Damon, what kind of future are you preparing for, and how do you see the consequences of the US elections to some of the trends that Bruno was talking about?
Thank you, Elena. First of all, right off the bat, I'd say neither of those scenarios, neither one of withdrawal or returning back to the past. That's not really going to be, I think, the viable pathway forward for the United States. Let me just say, it is with great regret that I'm not joining you in person. I wish I could be there, Elena, with you and Bruno. Greetings to Ambassador Kocher, Robert Milan, the whole team. As a regular at GLOBSEC, we so value the debate that you foster across the Atlantic. But I come to this GLOBSEC this year with a sense of a little bit of humility, because my country is in the midst of a bit of a bout and some body blows domestically, and it's playing out in a very heated election right now. And so I think part of this is that it is true that no matter what happens on our election day, the priority here is going to be to fix ourselves at home so that we have the capacity and the will to play our role on the international stage. So that does mean that we need to focus on how to make our democracy work and governance more effective, on how we overcome the economic catastrophe of COVID, the health crisis, and deal with the terror at our social fabrics with the anti-racist protests we have here. But the good thing is that this is a natural process of repair, self-correction, and us figuring out our weaknesses and tackling them head on. I think, as Bruno said, that this is a bigger game globally, and that the time doesn't allow for us just to retrench, and it certainly doesn't allow us just to go back to normal. The world has changed dramatically, and this country, my country, the United States, is really going through a struggle to figure out what its role in the world is going to be like. And I think we're going to be able to turn a chapter on sort of a negative side of thinking about it, whether it is President Trump's bullying of Germany to do more and spend more on defense, or even the phrase in the Obama administration of leading from behind. Those are not the recipes, I think, for success. And what we're grappling with here is what is a new model of U.S. engagement and leadership in the world that can be catalytic, that recognizes we can't do it all, we can't write the rules. It's not 1990, much less 1945. That we need to be able to work with our allies and partners on big global challenges. And I think that really, as we grapple with that model of U.S. leadership, the challenge then is how do we shape this future of the world? How do we adapt the rules of this world and recognize that it's not the United States and the EU needing to hedge between a rising China and a declining United States. That's got it wrong. The challenge we see is how a free people, free nations, and free societies shape a global order in which our people can be secure and prosperous in the face of rising authoritarians, more aggressive authoritarian regimes, namely China, but also Russia. And I think that's where we need to stay focused on the big goal, the big strategic goal. And while we are in a domestic focus right now, no doubt, there's a lot of strategic thinking taking place here. And I think the United States will not go back to the past, will not just further retrench, but is really struggling towards landing at a new model for international engagement in which we can work with our European partners of first resort, with other democracies like India, to really solve some problems and deal with the authoritarian challenge that we're going to face in the coming decades.
Thank you so much, Damon, and we miss you also in Bratislava, but we're sure that next GLOBSEC you're going to be here physically with us. Thank you also for bringing up Europe, because that's exactly what I wanted to talk about with Shada Islam, who has a lot of experience dealing with the European issues. And Damon was talking about the United States having a lot of humility currently, thinking about fixing its own house before trying to, or in parallel to trying to rethink its global engagement model. And some people would say that Europe, to the contrary, has too much humility and is too shy in engaging in the world. How do you see from where you sit right now?
Thank you very much. And yeah, I wish I was in Bratislava as well. I have to say what Damon has said is music to my ears, because I really think we need US engagement, but on a new pattern, a new standard, which is not leadership for leadership's sake or even leadership from behind, etc., but a US that engages as equal partners with other countries. And that's where I think what was said this morning by the foreign ministers at Bratislava is important. So you're right, Alina, you say maybe we're too humble. Maybe we take it too seriously and our differences sort of dominate our agenda rather than that what brings us together as Europeans. And Louis Michel, the president of the EU Council, said, I think just a couple of days ago, we're big. As Europeans, we're big, but we don't know it. So I think Europe is going to be a leader with on many issues, including climate change, Green Deal, which we are discussing at home. Our differences are very public. Yesterday, there was quite a tumultuous debate in the European Parliament about how fast to go or not. But we are leaders there. I think on digital, ethical standards for digital that Bruno spoke about, the need, that digital is going to be so important. We set some standards. And I think what we're realizing now is though the US is a very important partner, it is not our only anchor. We can stand, and the world wants us to stand on our own 2 feet. We do not, and we should not walk in America's shadow. And I think this is something that I hope, whatever happens in the United States, and if there is a change in the administration, that the new administration will talk to Europe as an equal partner, and I hope that Europeans will get away from their complexes and engage with Washington as an equal player. No binary choices, and though it's very important to stand up to the authoritarians in the world, I think we also have to look at our own weaknesses. And I think what we need to work on in Europe, Alina, this is very important, is our own internal challenges. Before we can be strong enough to stand up to the Chinas and the Russias of the world, even Turkey, we have to strengthen our own standards. We have to be true to our core values. And we know that across Europe today, in Central and Eastern Europe, parts of this region, there are real violations of the rule of law. This is becoming very public, and it is, I think, really a blot on Europe's image and reputation, but also in our internal cohesion. So we have to sort that out. We also have to sort out the inequalities that exist within Europe, the economic inequalities, but the social inequalities. And we've taken some steps through the new recovery package of actually having a fiscal stimulus rather than austerity packages, as we did in the past. So I think we have to work on that to make sure that there is a post-pandemic recovery that is good for everyone, including women, who have been in the front line. And finally, I'd say we have to make sure that our neighborhood, that we are strategic actors in our neighborhood. And we see how problematic our relationship is at the moment with Russia, with Turkey. Belarus is a big problem, and now Nagorno-Karabakh as well. So let's set our standards high, let's walk tall, but also let's make sure that we deal with our very important internal challenges.
Thank you so much, Shade. It's indeed a lot to sort out. I'm sure we'll pick up on a few of the issues that you mentioned. But first, I would like to go to Ambassador Dio, who is joining us from Mumbai. And it seems like an obvious question while we're here discussing the relations between Europe, the US, or how we need to sort out our internal issues. The world is discussing that the 21st century is the Asian century. Could you explain to us how would this Asian century look like? How the Asian countries already are reshaping the global order, and maybe potentially whether you still see the US as the global leader and whether you see this leadership potential in Europe as well.
So I want to begin by saying that Asia is in a very troubled state, both because of coronavirus and China. In Asia, at least in India, we're not afraid of naming how expansive and aggressive China has become. And the two issues are actually inextricably linked. Asian economies are suffering hugely because we cannot afford the financial stimulus that the United States or the European countries have been able to offer. So just in India, the third quarter, GDP fell by almost 24%. Compared to the preceding year. The estimate is that by the end of the year, the economy will have shrunk 10%. There's also been a lot of mismanagement and a lot of suffering as a result, which is our own, which cannot be blamed on anybody else. But that is the reality for India, which is the third largest economy in Asia. The other problem is that China had earlier seemed maybe advantageous to Europe and the United States, which looked at it as a marketplace and profit for its multinationals. But in India, we feel the real weight of China. Just today, China is in a border war with India. It is pressurizing numerous countries in the South China Sea. For instance, Vietnam cannot even explore for energy in its own EEZ. It is terrorizing the populations on its periphery. So Inner Mongolia is now supposed to stop holding any classes in the Mongolian language. The Xinjiang story is front page news everywhere, and it is everything that the countries and the creation of the United Nations was supposed to prevent from happening. In Tibet, the Chinese president has just said that they plan to sinicize Buddhism, just as they are sinicizing Islam in Xinjiang. I think it requires more reaction from other countries. And unfortunately, that's not all. China has managed to split ASEAN, even as it has created wedges in the European Union itself, with its 17+1 forum. The Gulf dynamics are a whole new thing in Asia, with the movements that are taking place towards the recognition of Israel, countries building up relationships. Now, I'm not arguing that we shouldn't have these changes, but these changes are a lot to absorb because what happens doesn't stay in the Gulf. The religious consequences of that flow out into numerous other Asian countries. You have a peace process going on in Afghanistan, which does not look much like a peace process with the continuing violence and the killings that are going on. Now, I'm not even naming all the little wars that are underway or the actions of Turkey in Syria or elsewhere. But we also have other issues in Asia which we're trying to grapple with. Trade is failing. Certainly in India, it has been 5 years since India felt that it wanted even to have a free trade agreement with anybody. But deglobalization has begun. Companies are moving out of China very slowly and in very small numbers, but to some other Southeast Asian countries and occasionally to India. Japan has set up a fund to encourage its companies to leave. China has all kinds of problems with Australians. 2 journalists had to flee more or less at night so that they wouldn't become victims of sudden arrests. Then there is the whole question of the disruption to supply lines and technology. I think technology is a very important factor globally, but also in Asia. It's been a real positive for better distribution of welfare benefits, at least in India, which has the largest network, Aadhaar, which extends to 800 million people. It has not been absorbed very much in manufacturing or agricultural practices in India or other Southeast Asian countries. But it's also been very bad in terms of the misuse of social media for the kind of violence that it has generated in India. I think that we have to also look at the possibilities. So India has become a much more active member of the Quad with the United States, with Japan and Australia. European countries would be welcome to come into this in some format, as France is already raising the profile of its activities in Asia. I think we cannot wait much longer. The speed with which China has become so aggressive and its wolf warrior diplomacy, which was so state-driven, we haven't heard anything about it for the last 2 months. But before that, they were diplomats in Sweden, in Australia, globally, wherever you looked. There has been interference in the internal political affairs, and Australia is a very prominent case for that. I think these issues deserve recognition. They deserve a speedier understanding and analysis, and they also need, as I think was pointed out by Mikhail, that there is going to be industries which will become more locally built up, pharma, food, whatever it is. I think there also has to be a recognition that policies, the European policies towards China cannot be conditioned only by the need to sell cars or luxury goods or wines or whatever. If in fact Europe believes in its own values, then it has to take a stronger stand. And certainly the United States has, but only very recently, become much more active on these issues. So I'm not sure we're going to get an Asian century. In fact, China no longer speaks about an Asian century. It speaks about a Chinese dream which has to be achieved. The difficulties within the European countries are enormous at this moment. And I think that we are looking for support and assistance in trying to keep free and open maritime movements, free and open access in technology, and the role of tech companies, I think, has been highlighted most recently by the United States. So I'm going to stop here.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. And there are a few issues that you mentioned that we'll definitely come back to. When you started saying that Asia is in a very troubled state, I realized that probably the whole world is in a very troubled state, or at least I can barely recollect a part that is not troubled right now, which doesn't bode well on the future, but hope will speed up some of the solutions. I'm going to go back to Bruno and the two issues that you mentioned concerning tech and climate, but also connected to the theme that's been recurring throughout the interventions of several speakers, and that's the values. When you were talking that we need to act fast and like rethink socially and politically how we deal with climate and tech, there's always this discussion that China, that was already mentioned several times before, first is moving much faster in this direction, but also in terms of the values that China is connecting to, especially the issue of technology, is moving in a very different direction. Can you outline for us how you see this nexus between tech and values, and feel free to pick up on climate as well, but also whether there is a chance for the global engagement in a cooperative manner on these rather divisive currently issues?
Well, that's really the central question. I think there's a bit of misunderstanding when we comment on the different reactions in different countries and the relative success in dealing with COVID, because in fact the approach was fundamentally different. China took the COVID pandemic as a national security crisis, and Europe and the US did not. Now, there are many documents published by think tanks and government agencies in the past, Damon will know well about this, that sometimes described a pandemic as a national security crisis, but that was never really meant very seriously. And it wasn't taken seriously in the United States or in Europe. The pandemic there was taken as a health crisis, a public health crisis, and it was dealt with in that way. And I think, there's a debate to be had whether the reaction should have been different, and in fact, whether we should have taken it as a national security crisis. But we didn't, and for reasons that are not so difficult to understand, because we thought that would interfere with individual freedom, individual rights in a way that was not called for. But China clearly took it as a national security crisis, took it as a crisis that could affect the survival of the regime, the survival of the state, and certainly its standing. Even if the survival was not at stake, its standing and its plans for the next few decades, which, by the way, had been articulated before COVID, even had a timetable. By 2049, China was supposed to reach the same level of global power as the United States, and then in the second half of the century was supposed to overcome it. Now, the pandemic was received in Beijing as a direct threat to these plans, as a direct threat to the state. And that informed the reaction in Beijing, which is certainly the goal was to deal with the crisis as quickly and definitively as possible, no matter what the social cost was, and no matter what the consequences for individuals were. It's also easy to understand why there was a clash between the way China dealt with the crisis and the way Europeans and Americans dealt with it, which, by the way, created a backlash for China. Because clearly in the West, there was different ways in which we talked about a potential pandemic, but for the most part, if you read those documents, the pandemic was always presented as a case of international cooperation. I remember so many discussions where, over the past decade, where we always presented a pandemic as the sort of the school case example of a situation where we could work with China, we could work with Russia, we could work with Iran, we could work with everyone. So if we go back to what happened in March and April, and let us focus on Europe, while Europeans were seeing the pandemic as, again, a case of global cooperation, China was seeing it as a case of acute global competition. And I think that is actually the cause of this backlash that we've seen. Yesterday, we saw the latest results from Pew about how public opinion in Europe sees China, and they were devastating for Beijing. In every country, with the exception of Italy, the past few months have seen a steep rise in negative views of China. And that was the reason. The reason was that Europeans did not take well to the fact that at a moment when humanity should come together the way we saw it, China was actually actively taking that as a moment for acute competition. Remember those tweets by Chinese ambassadors pointing out where Italy had failed, where France had failed. It was extraordinary, in my opinion, extraordinarily clumsy, but it's not so much a question of being clumsy, it's that the framework, the intellectual framework that had been prepared in advance was, this is a national security crisis, that's how we're going to deal with it. Now, I'll conclude by saying that, of course, this shows there's entirely different approaches. China is preparing for the return of great power politics, already considers that we live in that world, expects a reaction from the United States, and is actively thinking about moments of acute competition. And that we have to be prepared for that. And I think we have to adapt our own strategy to that. Now, the question, as you raised about climate, I suspect it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be taken by many actors all over the world as a moment when the great game is being played very intensely. The same thing that we saw with COVID could very easily happen with climate change. If a country is suffering particularly from the impact of climate change, other powers, we're going to see it as an opportunity to increase their relative power. If climate events in one country make it impossible to continue with the normal economic activity and industrial production, many countries are going to see it as an opportunity to actually relocalize industry to their own economies. So I think we have to be prepared for that. And then the question, we'll come back to it, I'm sure Damon and Sheila and the ambassador will have opinions on this, is do we play the same game that China is playing? Because we're convinced that we're going to lose if we don't adapt our strategies. Do we keep playing the old game? And then I think we would lose. Or do we try to find some middle point where we adapt some elements of our strategies to the new age while preserving still a different approach and different values when it comes to dealing with world politics?
Thank you for asking the question that I was thinking about as well. So I'll go with it straight to Damon. And just to elaborate what Bruno was saying, because you described the opinion in Europe, but as far as I remember, also the Pew polls about the United States is that the opinion about China is not that different between the Democrats and Republicans. There are some differences, but in a way it's converging. So Damon, would you also say that the United States is in this combative mindset and the mindset of the power play, and how exactly are we playing this game?
Lane, I think that's a critical point. Yes, the United States is really politically divided right now. You see partisanship as we go into the final stretch of an election. And yet during a very divisive political period in the United States, Democrats and Republicans have really coalesced around a new grand strategy that has almost thoroughly replaced the old war on terror with this paradigm of great power competition. And so what we haven't settled on is the policies and the tactics that will inform that. But there is a growing recognition that the challenge is from a rising China. The challenge is from state-led, often corrupt, authoritarian regimes, a rising China, a revanchist Russia. And that actually provides a basis of agreement, despite our political differences, across the political spectrum in the United States, a strong congressional view of this in both caucuses. That's going to continue. What we got to get right is that if that's what your view is at a strategic level, the natural consequence is that you better bring together your partners, your allies, and build as many coalitions as possible so that like-minded nations can stand up and deal with this great challenge. And that's where we've fallen flat in the past couple of years. So right now, we're in the middle of a body blow for the world, for the United States in particular, with this pandemic, the economic catastrophe that's come with it. And I think it provides us an opportunity to wake up. I think our election is going to be a little bit of this kind of jolt. And to understand that we can't just pick back up. We've got to formulate a post-COVID recovery strategy that's built pragmatically, but one of confidence. We need to understand that it's a time to forge a new kind of relationship, not just with Europe, but with democratic countries, like-minded partners globally, so that we can go on offense in helping to ensure that we come out of this crippling pandemic with a more coordinated fiscal and monetary stimulus for our economies, with a recognition that, yes, we will need to protect sensitive supply chains, but the answer might not be just national reshoring. It might be reshoring in a way of reliable democratic supply chains so that we can count on our friends for some of this, and to align ourselves where we have to compete more effectively with China, but also to figure out where it's in our interest to find a way to cooperate, as it will be on climate. But we need a little bit more strategic clarity, and we need to understand that the challenge we face from China requires the United States to do this with as many friends, partners, and allies as possible, bringing together our European allies and friends, and joining forces with our Asian allies, with India, with others, so that we can help shape this future. And I think that's a little bit of where we need to go in the coming 2 years.
Thank you so much, Damon. I will go with the same question also to Shada to look at the European dimension of that. Bruno explained that in a way there's an awakening about China in Europe, and what Damon is talking about is basically that gradually Europe is the pendulum is swinging in the direction where the United States are going in terms of the European perception of China. But you also were talking that we're a bit slow in Europe trying to fix internal problems. Do you see this change of the mindset in Europe when it comes to China being also already converted into some specific policies that are also more or less in line with the policy of the United States?
Thank you very much. So let me start with what I think you said was about whether we can find the middle point between extremist positions, and whether we can, I think, actually negate this whole concept of great power competition. It's not in Europe's interest to have a great power competition, because Europe is a middle power, a good power, a strong power, but it is not a great power, and that is to our advantage. So I think Europe has been taking a different approach, not just regarding China, but also regarding geopolitics in general. I think we have, as Europeans, underlined repeatedly and actually acted on it as well, is the cooperative approach. Now, you can scoff at it and say, oh my God, cooperation doesn't lead to anything, but I ask you, has great power competition led to anything? Do we not have to deal with climate change, pandemics, poverty, Agenda 2030, sustainable development goals? And is great power competition, is this confrontation between US and China going to lead to any solutions to some of the biggest problems facing humanity today? And I'm talking about people. I'm talking about people, women, children, minorities, the way the world has to be. So can we actually afford to go down that route? Because I don't think we can. And I think we need to rethink. And interestingly, and Bruno has talked about it, the pandemic has shown, I mean, sure, we said, you know, the pandemic has no borders, viruses have no borders. But what was our first reflection, even within Europe, was to try and bring down the borders. So Schengen, our border-free, frontier-free zone, almost collapsed. So I think we really have to rethink the world as we want it to be, and then work towards it. Now, to come back to your real question about China and whether we're getting a different policies. Now, I get a little fed up when, not you, Alina, but when certain American friends and others talk about how Europe is naive in its dealings with China. I mean, I take that with a pinch of salt, because really there is no naivete in there. We are realistic about China. We know that we need to compete on certain issues. Human rights are a big source of differences and discord. Hong Kong, Xinjiang, Taiwan, the South China Sea, all of these are articulated by our leaders, and very, very often, I mean, practically, I would say, every week, whether it's an EU summit or a foreign ministers meeting or meetings with the Chinese. So there's no secret about how different we are. But we also realize, as I said, that great power competition is not going to get us anything tangible in terms of the development we need. So we need to cooperate. And we need to cooperate on many, many issues. And as Damon said as well, I think that's going to be, if Joe Biden is in the White House, that's going to be the White House policy as well. Now, the other thing I want to talk about is, so, you know, if we are serious, China itself also is changing its view of the world. And if you do public opinion polls in China, how they view Europe, because we have a very West-centric attitude, you know, we are looking at how we feel about China or India or America. how do the Chinese feel? I think the Chinese are also bewildered by Europe at the moment and losing confidence and perhaps losing trust in what they thought was a good friend. So let's think about that. The other thing to think about is if decoupling, as America is thinking of, or Trump is thinking of, China's thinking of that as well. So what happens in this world? We have decoupling of China, you know, the concept now of dual circulation, internal circulation, growth in internal demand, less export-oriented and less import-oriented, so less outward-looking. That's going to have an immense impact on the global economy, and it's going to have an immense impact on our plans for a sustained and green recovery. So let's be careful what we wish for. And so I think, you know, if we are going to be talking about where we can work together, and I'd like to bring in Africa into this conversation, because one area where we can work with China, actually with Turkey, India, South Korea, Japan as well, is Africa, because Africa requires and wants countries, Europeans and others to work together because of the development needs and the impact of COVID-19, as we know, has not been that bad on the health systems, but has been devastating for Africa's economy. So my plea to the world and to everyone who's talking about let's have this great power competition and a new Cold War is think about what it means for people, for you and me and our children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shada. And I'll go straight to Ambassador Dia also for your take on the great power competition, but also specifically, if you could, you mentioned a little bit some of the areas where we can cooperate, including, for example, you called for Europe to be more involved in Quad cooperation in Asia or on the issue of technology. Could you expand a little bit more where you see the greatest potential? And also, if you could pick up on the points that Shada was making about engaging in Africa, how we can work with various Asian countries there, but also in other parts of the world.
So I would like to say that in Asia, with a long, undemarcated border with China, we really feel the weight of China. But I think we should also have on the table the fact that it is not only with India that China has border issues. It is claiming territory from Bhutan. Bhutan is less than 1 million people altogether. It has taken over parts of Nepal. I mean, China has a territorial appetite which should concern everybody. It claims the whole of the South China Sea, and the historical basis of many of these claims really needs to be challenged. I mean, so Admiral Hay made a voyage in the 16th century. I mean, you know, on the basis of Columbus's voyages, Portugal can claim the whole world or something. I think a lot of this has to be called out. I think, I would just like to say that the lesson of COVID was that China is not looking for cooperation. It is actually, as Nikkei has pointed out, it saw that as a matter of survival of the party, the reputation of the president. It did not see it as an issue for cooperation. On climate, China has actually done quite well in some areas, but only in those areas where it sees profitability for its own corporations, not areas, so electric vehicles or batteries or something. But it is continuing to build fossil fuel power plants all over the world under its Belt and Road initiative. I also really believe that, if we are looking for cooperation from China, I think we might get some cooperation by coming together, not by India looking for cooperation by itself, or even Europe looking to cooperate with China. Yes, up to a point, you might get some cooperation. I think the Chinese plans are not secret. They've all been laid out for what it wants to achieve by the 75th year, by the 100th year of the creation of the Chinese Communist Party. If you look at any of the documents that are being put out, China is not at this moment seeking cooperation. It is has declared that everybody, led by the United States, is trying to contain its growth and its welfare. So yes, I think the question is not of naivete. I think the question is where the Europeans or India or the United States, how we define our future understandings and how we define our future aspiration. It has to go beyond economics, in my opinion.
Thank you so much, Ambassador.
And sorry, if I may just add one sentence. I don't think China is looking for cooperation in Africa. China has built itself up so big in Africa. So many of those countries are already in a debt trap. China did not respond positively to the pleas of the UN Secretary General for a moratorium on debt, even in the period of the pandemic. It joined later on, but that doesn't mean there is any debt forgiveness. It's going to demand all those payments. And certainly in Asia, we know that it has taken over, for instance, a whole port and surrounding area in Sri Lanka.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. And I think it's a good moment to check whether there are questions in the audience. Please raise your hands. Okay, so think about it. Any moment you have a question, just raise your hand and I'll make sure you have an opportunity to ask it. And if not, I'll continue with my questions. And I still want to talk a little bit more about this, what for me seems to be an, for now, incomprehensible dilemma on how to move forward. Bruno, you were saying that yourself, that China is into this mentality that everything is an issue of strategic competition, including the pure case, book case, example of pandemic. And then, for example, we're saying that we do not want the great power competition. How do we actually start cooperate with somebody who is not seeking cooperation, but at the same time we are seeking this cooperation? What kind of a ping-pong diplomacy we can invent in the current environment to de-escalate at least this emotional perception of not willing to cooperate?
Right. So I'm very pessimistic about the possibilities of cooperation and multilateralism, at least in the sense that we talked about those concepts since 1945. Not saying that they are gone forever, but I think we're going to go through a period, let us call it a tunnel, where those concepts are going to be very difficult to apply. I look at the United Nations today, and sometimes it looks more like a think tank, a very well-funded think tank, than what it was supposed to be. It's been completely absent from the Syrian crisis. It's been completely absent from the Corona crisis, at least in all elements that are not directly related to the World Health Organization. So what do? I think it's still possible to strike a balance. It's still possible to strike a balance with China that is rooted in the old concept of balance of power. Do we need to continue trying to change China into a Western-style democracy? You know, as I argue in my latest book, that experiment didn't go so well in Iraq, where it was supposedly easy. Do we really believe that China is going to collapse like the Soviet Union if we apply a little bit of pressure, and that the Communist Party is going to dissolve? Having lived in China very recently for a year, I find that difficult to believe. I see the Communist Party with high levels of legitimacy. People seem to accept the rule. That could change, but that's what you, talking to people in private, confidential environments and trying to understand the country, that's the impression I got away with. So we do need to be concerned about Chinese expansionism. We need to be concerned with a China that has first risen too fast with destabilizing effects in many geographies, and second, has, I believe, taken a disproportionate share of globalization's advantages. If you look at globalization over the past 35 years, there's books that actually try to calculate this, and China gets something between 2/3 and 9/10 of the advantages from the creation of global value chains. That doesn't seem fair on the face of it, and a country like India, I think, is not going to accept that any longer, even if it involves some kind of economic conflict with China. So we have somehow to redress this without the old evangelical approach of trying to change China. Talking quickly about Europe, it's very frustrating when you talk in Beijing with officials, intellectuals, academics. They don't take Europe seriously. Now, you could argue the United States doesn't take Europe seriously. It sends the FCC chairman over European capitals to tell us what companies in China we can have business with or not. I think that's humiliating for Europeans, and it explains what happened in the last 2 years where Europeans are talking more seriously about strategic autonomy. But China is the same. Every important Chinese figure you talk to in Beijing, they think Europe doesn't exist, that Europe does what the United States tell us to do. And they don't understand how false this is. Because what happened over the past 2 years was not that Europe was pushed into a slightly more confrontational approach with China by Washington. It was a movement coming from within European society. And if you want one example, it came very strongly from German industry. German industry thought that Chinese companies would stay in the lower segments of the value chain and would work for the greater prosperity of the German economy. And sometime 3 or 4 years ago, they realized that this was not the case and that they were actually in danger of being replaced by Chinese-led value chains. That and many other movements coming deep from within European society explains why we now talk about China as a systemic rival and a competitor. China doesn't seem to understand this. When I talk to my Chinese friends, I try to make the point, either you understand this and you reach some kind of agreement with Europe that's going to rebalance the economic relationship. You cannot get 9/10 of the benefits. Let's rebalance so that we get half. Or if you don't understand this, and it has to be fast, then you're going to lose Europe. Because we're not going to stand for this. We're not going to stand for this kind of economic relationship with China, where China gets all the benefits.
And I want to go to Shada Islam, because I feel, Shada, like you're going to disagree with Bruno. Maybe I'm wrong. And specifically, I would like you to pick up on 2 issues. One issue was the multilateral institutions that nobody is taking too seriously right now, but Europe does seem to still believe in them and probably is the last man standing who is trying to invest in them, try to reform them, or to make sure that there is some platform for cooperation globally. And the second point, what Bruno was talking about, is this, what he called an evangelical approach to transforming the world. And I understand what you're saying, that we're not going to transform China, or for that sake, maybe not any other country. But what I also feel is that for Europe, this is a very revolutionary thought, because we used to think that we're the normative power and we can transform at least the countries in our neighborhood. And actually other countries in a way demand that from Europe, that Europe needs to stand up to human rights. If you listen to the people from Hong Kong and from Belarus for that matter, they do expect that from Europe. So Shada, how do you respond to Bruno?
Okay, so yes, I do take some kind of, let's say, challenging approach towards what Bruno's been saying. So on multilateralism, look, we don't have an option because Europe itself is multilateral. So if we abandon the idea of multilateralism on a global scale, we're also abandoning it within our own European Union. And, we are, we're brilliant at compromises. Sometimes the compromises are, considered to be suboptimal, but we know how to work with differences. We have Hungary and Poland in Europe at the moment, and not just that, but we also have very, very great differences on our values with many countries. So we are a multilateral group. And I think in Europe, we understand that the current system has changed. And, everyone's talking about the rise of China and how that has absolutely transformed the world. Or the Eurocentric or the Western-centric world. You remember, I was writing for the Far Eastern Economic Review in those days, based in Hong Kong. I was their Europe correspondent. When Japan emerged as economic superpower, I still have those articles that I was writing about the Western response. A lot of what we're saying about China, not to do with the communist system, but with the rise of China and its challenge to the Western-centric economic model, but also to the West in terms of, an Asian power rising, has echoes of what happened with Japan. And, I think we need to realize. And so it's rather interesting when I hear Bruno say China has risen too fast. Yes, of course, it's risen very fast. But too fast for whom? Too fast for us in the West to sort of cope with the challenges that brings on the global level and in our relationships worldwide, or too fast for its own people? I wouldn't say so. I would say that, if you have people climbing out of poverty in 30 years, 35 years, I would say it hasn't risen too fast. And my fear now is that with all this talk, China is accepting that its economic growth will slow down. I mean, that's going to be the big issue now, but it's accepting it. And as I said, this idea of a dual circulation, that's changing also the economic thinking. Meanwhile, nothing is static. We in Europe are beginning to think about subsidizing and creating industrial champions. We will have our own semi-state-owned enterprises. We are talking about screening investments. We're talking about national champions, strategic autonomy. So the pandemic has changed the way we are thinking here in Europe, but also in China. So I think we need to be a bit careful about that. Now, I'll say, also when we talk about great power competition and we're talking about states, what we're forgetting, and I'm surprised that we are, because we're talking to each other on technology. We are connected, despite the fact that we're all over the globe. And that power of technology is bringing people together. It's creating a lot of dissonance as well. It's creating, fake news and disinformation. But in many ways, people who think alike, whether it's on climate change or fighting poverty or equality, racial justice, social justice, people are beginning to work together. And for me, the strength of today's world doesn't come from states and, President Trump or Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin. It comes from people, whether they're out in the streets demanding democracy or whether they're working together to defeat climate change and work for poverty. It's civil society, young women, young men, and I have to say at the sub-national level, what impresses me in today's world, and that's multilateralism as well, but not the way we know it, is the power of mayors and cities. So when we talk about all these, big concepts, let's not forget in the real world, power now is diffused. And there, coming back to your question, Elena, about Europe, let's not talk about soft power in this sort of derogatory way that we always have. Soft power is also power of the mind. And if we indulge in a kind of group thing where everything has to be always the best for the West and not for the rest, then I think we're not playing our role as human beings and part of this wider community. So sorry I've been a bit long, but the world is changing. Bits of it are going to go in the direction that Bruno's talking about, which is, I think, the capitals and the states. But the bits that are not state, the non-state side of things, is working, moving ahead, and we need to provide them with the funding, the resources, and the support to go further ahead. So China has risen, and I wish other countries in the emerging world would rise as fast as China, so that there's less hunger and less poverty and more progress and more education for everyone.
Thank you so much for highlighting the potential of the sub-national units, be it individual or the mayors. And I'm going to sneak in here the question from the audience. I would just ask you to go to the microphone so that we can also have you on the screen with us. And if there is any other question, please raise your hand, because that would be the last opportunity to do so. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Ada Neumann. I work for the Institute for Security Policy in Kiel. And I want to ask a more general question about multilateralism. We understood that in the recent conflicts around Europe, there was no UN to be seen or could be in any way helpful. And also, if we look at now the Eastern Mediterranean, the crisis we have, the EU has a problem because its members are part of the warring states, if I want to say. Do the panelists see possibly in the future for the OSCE a larger role, which of course doesn't go for around the world, but at least in Europe, to take up sort of that responsibility of multilateralism that the other organizations are currently failing us? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll probably very quickly, because that was specifically concerning Europe, I'll give 60 seconds to Bruno and Shada, and then change a bit the question for other speakers. Go ahead.
I'll just respond to Shada in 30 seconds and leave this question for Damon and the ambassador. But Shada asked, what do I mean when I say China's risen too quickly? Two examples. After China's accession to the World Trade Organization, the Portuguese textile and footwear industry was wiped out in 5 years. And then by 2011, we entered a deep financial crisis with 16% unemployment. They were still trying to come out of it. Now, Shada, this could have been better managed. Instead of having a turbocharged, market-led, China-led process of disruption, we could have managed this better, more smoothly and more slowly. Second example, Sihanoukville in Cambodia that I visited just before COVID used to have 75,000 people, Khmer people, speaking Khmer with Khmer signage on the shops. Now it has close to 200,000 people, out of which 150,000 are Chinese. You can't see a single shop signage in Khmer anymore. And if you're Khmer, it's your city and you can't live anymore. You can't speak your language. The rents have gone so far up that you had to move to some other city, and many have gone to Phnom Penh. Again, this could have been better managed, no? No one is saying that China cannot rise, but rise in a way that looks more like a tsunami, taking everything in its wake. I think many people around the world are not happy about that.
Thank you for that. So I'll take the OSCE question actually to Shada, because we need to answer that one. Do you see the potential for it to play in a bigger role and in a way replacing UN in some aspect?
Look, I think every little bit helps. I think the OSCE definitely could play a role. The United Nations, you're absolutely right, is missing in that region. There's NATO as well, NATO with its less military side, so every little bit would help. I don't want to get into a bilateral debate with Bruno, but I want to say just two things if you'll allow me. Yes, we are. Two things. One, Portugal was told and was protected by the multi-fiber agreement against exports of textiles from developing countries for 4 decades. So that was enough ample time to reposture your textile industry. But I do see your point. And secondly, you know, Bruno, when you talk about when you don't recognize your city anymore or your country anymore, sounds to me a little bit like Europeans saying, oh my God, there's so many immigrants here. I can't recognize my London anymore. There, just like, okay.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to go to Damon. Damon, probably the United States is one country that is often berated for destroying the international institutions. Which ones do you think actually are worth saving or reforming, or do you see the new emerging multilateral organizations that are going to take the place of the old ones?
So, Elena, I think this is a critical point, because the point is not multilateral organizations. The point is effective solutions. And so if you think back, what did we do coming out of the catastrophe of World War II? We had a dual track where we created universal institutions, the UN system, the Bretton Woods Institution was open to the Soviets, even the Marshall Plan. But as we realized the commensurate scale of the challenge coming from communism, we supplemented this universal approach with something that gave coordination among democracies around the free world, the NATO alliance, other alliances, and other economic coordination institutions. So flash forward to today, what should we be doing? We don't just take our marbles and go home out of the UN. We got to compete effectively in international institutions and try to help shape them and make them more effective and help make them be places that can represent our interests and our values. But what we need to do is have healthy competition by fostering another parallel set of democratic coordination mechanisms that really are a place for democracies, free nations to actually come together to have more effective solutions. So for example, in Europe, the OSCE can have a role as a universal institution that brings everybody to the table. That's useful, but we have to recognize its shortcomings. So we better sure as have a sharp coordination mechanisms among democracies to help push and cajole to certain solutions. And it's that dexterity where we can play on both formulas. That's how we can produce more effective solutions, not to be lost just with the concept of multilateralism in and of itself.
Thank you, Damon. And I'll go as a last remarks to Ambassador Dio, because what Damon, at least if I'm interpreting it correctly, you're talking about the same thing, that there should be more coordination and cooperation between the democracies, of course, on top of what exists today. What would be your concluding advice to all of us in terms of how do we actually move forward on this coordination?
So I think being clear-eyed helps. I think being willing to take the names and say things which are not pleasant to say but need to be said. For instance, Shada mentioned that we are all interconnected globally, etc., etc. All true, except that on social media, Chinese people are not globally connected. China has created a closed system. So while we may be trying to understand China, I don't think Chinese people are trying to understand people in the rest of the world. That's the same, and it's the same attitude. It's a gaming of the system. The problems with WTO or with, allowing developing countries to have their textile sectors protected. But there are reasons why those did not grow. And China has been gaming them. And just one final example, among a host of reasons, the United Nations was not able to do anything or even say anything on the pandemic was because China did not allow the UN Security Council, of which it is a veto-wielding member, to take a position. And it was the chair of the General Assembly in the months that this pandemic spread everywhere. So the issue was not taken up. This is gaming the system, and I think we have to recognize that for all those who actually would like the system to work better, I think we have to stop thinking that it's just going to resume its functioning. There has to be reform, and there has to be pressure on China to allow it to be reformed so that it works for the benefit of everybody.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I am being very clear, and I see right in front of me the sign that our time is up. So thank you very much, everybody, for the very productive discussion. We had some disagreements, as that's natural in today's world, but we also had some agreements on the way forward. So thank you very much, everybody. In 10 minutes in this room, we're going to have at least equally fascinating session on the future of democracy with the speakers that include also Commissioner Vera Jourova, Secretary Madeleine Albright, and others. So please stay here, and I'm sure we'll continue the conversation. Thank you very much, our dear speakers, for joining us online as well.
Political Islam has for a long time been accepted as the lesser of two evils. Germany, France, or the UK have accepted Muslim Brotherhood representatives from their countries of origin as refugees decades ago, but have recently been changing their perspective. President Macron has named the Muslim Brotherhood as a problem in February, just as the UK did in the 2015 counter-extremism strategy. Central and Eastern Europe has been closed off to such movements, but for the last 3 decades, the situation has changed. What is interesting is that despite the diverse environment of Muslim presence it contains, studies of movements such as the Muslim Brotherhood are lacking. GLOBSEC, with the partnership of Counter-Extremism Project, has launched a project that looks into the diverse environments of 5 selected countries across the Central and Eastern Europe that aims to map the Muslim Brotherhood activities in it. We have devised a methodology that assesses the linkages of local groups to the Muslim Brotherhood, so if you're interested to know more about it, please feel free to read our first report on the matter. And for the project as such, follow us on social media to stay up to date with our current research.
Well, facial recognition can be a tool that can be helpful to law enforcement, but it can also be very significant as an invasion of privacy. If you use facial recognition, for example, to run against video or photographs of people who've done something wrong, that can be a useful law enforcement tool. But if you're using it to surveil what everybody does, every place in the public, at every minute, in order to create a large database of everybody's behavior, it can become a very significant instrument in eliminating privacy and in enhancing a totalitarian surveillance state.
Even prior to the coronavirus pandemic, the US-China tensions have spilled over into global trade and heightened political confrontations. In addition to President Trump's trade war, the US has repeatedly condemned Chinese track record on human rights and upped its military presence in the South Pacific. The relationship is at a low point, probably the lowest since the US formally recognized China in the 1970s. The big question is whether or not we will see a further deterioration or there is a chance to salvage this relationship. As the world's largest economies and two military superpowers, this question has ramifications beyond their diplomatic posturing. The EU is often caught in the middle. And that's due, on one hand, to a lack of coherent foreign policy when it comes to Beijing. EU considers China both a partner, a competitor, or strategic rival, pointing at Beijing's treatment or unfair treatment when it comes to European multinational corporations and lack of access on one hand, and their anti-democratic governance structures on the other, but in the same time struggles to find the perfect middle ground to cooperate with China. The EU has reached across the pond to try to find ways to work with the United States when it comes to the relationship with Beijing, but the low tide in the transatlantic relationship might have a say. The big question moving forward is how we will be able to ensure that we are not moving towards an escalation of this conflict into something that will have global consequences, and how we will be able, as transatlantic partners, to work with China without sacrificing our liberal values.
I think that we can definitely survive the age of AI with our humanity intact if we right now discuss the best way to handle the technology. The technology is still at an early stage, and we have time to have the discussion. More and more places like the EU and Beijing and others are creating principles for how to deal with AI. I think if we make the right choices, then AI can actually serve to benefit humankind. I think we do have challenges around jobs, around privacy, but we also have tremendous benefits in safer cars, in better medicine. So our job to preserve our humanity is to move AI towards the good, and the Allen Institute for AI, our mission is AI for the common good.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the moderator of the last session, Alena Kucko.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for staying with us. I know this is the last session before the concluding remarks on the agenda, and this is titled Future of Democracy in the Post-COVID World. Although it is the last session, I would not say that this is the last topic that we're discussing, because the issue of democracy was actually the topic that we discussed from the very first session, and that was probably the most recurrent theme throughout the whole conference. President of the Slovak Republic, Zuzana Čaputová, opened the entire forum by talking about the issues of democracy that we are facing at home and abroad. We had multiple discussions. Last night we awarded 2 awards, one to Karl Schwarzenberg and another one to Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. Both awards were in recognition of the individuals' contributions to the fight for democracy, decency, and human rights. So, summing up the entire forum, we're going to dive in deep into the issues of democracy with a very fantastic lineup of speakers. So, with us today are Vera Jourova, who is the Vice President for Values and Transparency at the European Commission, joining us from Brussels. Welcome.
Thank you and good afternoon.
Honorary Madeleine Albright, former U.S. Secretary of State, joining us from Washington, D.C.
Thank you.
Christopher Walker, who is Vice President at the National Endowment for Democracy, also joining us from Washington, D.C.
Thank you.
Markus Reinisch, who is Vice President for Public Policy in Europe, the Middle East and Africa at Facebook, joining us from London.
That's right. Thank you for having me.
And Ivan Krastev, who is the Chairman of the Center for Liberal Strategies in Sofia, but actually joining us from Vienna.
Thank you.
And I will go first to Secretary Albright. Of course, democracy is always work in progress. But for many, COVID-19 has, in a way, cemented the perception that democracies around the world are disintegrating and facing a lot of external and internal challenges. Could you explain to us your vision? Do you think that the current crisis, whether it's the perceived crisis or real crisis, is significantly worse and fundamentally different from those that democracies went through in the past? And if so, what are the core challenges that distinguish the current crisis?
Well, I do think we are in a very difficult time as far as governance generally is concerned. Some of it has to do with, I've been talking about mega trends in some ways, that globalization is the major one, and it is one from which we have all benefited, but it also has a downside because it in fact is faceless and people want to know what their identities are. And if my identity hates your identity, it leads to nationalism, and hyper-nationalism is very dangerous. That's one mega trend. The other is technology, which has clearly been a great advantage in many ways. And I always love to talk about the Kenyan woman farmer who doesn't have to walk miles anymore to pay her bills. She can do it over a mobile phone. But there is a downside in that it has disaggregated voices, and people don't know where they're getting their information and what are the motivating factors. But I think the real problem here is that we don't recognize the fact that the major threats to us know no borders. The virus knows no borders, and it affects huge numbers of population. I would like to point out, though, that the countries that are actually in a position to control and have done a pretty good job are, frankly, democracies that, it is not a coincidence, are run by women. You know, whether it's New Zealand or Taiwan or Germany, Finland, Norway, and Iceland. And I think that part of it has to do with understanding the needs of the people, of getting them to be a part of the solution and not being told what to do, but to understand the importance of active participation, and that democracy is not a spectator sport. It is something that the population has to work on, contribute to, but it is, I believe, the way people everywhere want to live, because we want to be able to make decisions about our own lives. And so democracy is fragile, but it is also resilient. And I hope we spend more time kind of looking at the characteristics that make democracy a chosen way for people to live rather than to be run by authoritarians and dictators.
Thank you so much, State Secretary. I'm sure we're going to deep into the characteristic, but also into the ways how we can preserve this characteristic and make our democracies even more resilient. I'll go now to Vice President Jourova. You're representing an organization that was set up in a way that's was supposed to enable the functioning of democracy throughout the structures, but also during its accession process. Yet, the very nature of your portfolio suggests that we're experiencing a lot of challenges. Some of the challenges are the ones that we thought were already addressed a long time ago. This is rule of law or freedom of media or judicial independence. Or these are the challenges that also Secretary Albright highlighted in her intervention of some of the megatrends, including the challenge of technology. What are your biggest concerns from your position in Brussels?
Yeah, thank you very much once again for inviting me. As a Czech citizen who remembers authoritarian regime in practice, I have to say that for me, the European Union has always been as something which guarantees that these times will not come back. And that it's not only a single market, or that we are not as a country in the EU because of the EU funds and some other benefits. So it's maybe paradox or maybe a symbol that I am now in the position of the first ever commissioner whose portfolio is about values, democracy, rule of law, fundamental rights. I'm honored to do this job. What worries me? I think that it is that there is a lack of care for democracy. That after some times of believing that this is the end of the history and that democracy will be automatic and forever, we lost vigilance and we stopped caring. Who cares for democracy? Politicians, yes, some maybe not. For some it is burdensome even. The digital giants, we will hear it from Mr. Reinisch, but I would say, aren't they too big to care? And many people are disillusioned. According to our surveys, we see that in many member states in the EU, and it's not only about the East or Central European countries, in many member states we see between 30 to 40% of people who stop to believe that democracy delivers and works for them. So this is my concern, that we stopped active defense and active promotion of democracy. I will quote Václav Havel, if you let me do that, who would, by the way, celebrated his birthday this week. And it's timely to quote him. The natural disadvantage of this democracy is that it is extremely tiring to those who mean it honestly, while it allows almost everything to those who do not take it seriously. So we have plenty of factors which work even against democracy. Madam Secretary spoke about the advantages which stem from digital revolution and also the risks. So we have a lot of digital problems. That's the interference in elections. It's the online targeting and harvesting of data for political profiling. We see the rise of hatred, which has the green light in many systems, and which might move to real life and real world. So a lot of problems, and in Europe we think that it's high time we come with some meaningful rules for the digital world. And it's also part of my portfolio that I am now focusing on the issue of disinformation, especially in relation of protection of elections. And not to be negative about digital revolution and digital achievements, Madam Secretary Albright wrote in her book Fascism that now we can use millions of amplions. So I would say, and I would call on all the Democrats and people who have good intentions to use these millions of amplions for the good of the people. And speaking about the rules, so we are going to come with at the end of the year. I don't want to speak too long, but we want to increase the responsibility of the platforms. We want to introduce the law to the digital sphere. We want to introduce there the principle of crime and punishment. So illegal content should be removed, and the perpetrators should be somehow should be punished by the law enforcement bodies in the European member states. Last comment, we have to make sure that by digital transformation, we will not the gap in the society. Already now we see some part of the society, the people which already were disadvantaged before COVID, that this part of the society might be excluded, and it would be a fatal mistake which we must not allow to happen. So digital divide is something we have to stop or decrease, but also we have to pay attention to new technologies such as artificial intelligence, that it will be truly human-centric, that we will not copy-paste the bad things like racism and discrimination to the AI world, because again it would be a fatal mistake which would turn first against some part of the society and at the end against all of us.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice President, also for reminding us that we've been taking a vacation from fighting for democracy for probably a bit way too long, and it's time to get back to work. And once we're on the digital scheme, I feel like going to Markus next for his response about what is the role of the social platforms in this fight for democracy, and how do we make sure that the people with good intentions have the opportunity to convert their good intentions into good actions, and people with bad intentions do not get one.
Right. Well, thank you, Alena, for having me. Look, this is a discussion that is very much shaped by COVID and the global pandemic. And this is actually the first global pandemic that is happening in the internet era. And therefore, it's absolutely right that we talk about the roles and responsibilities of companies like Facebook. And it's not just the responsibilities towards its users and towards the businesses we support, but we are at this very, very unique intersection between technology and society. And I think that really creates these questions around the impact we have on social cohesion and that we have on the democratic discourse. And Facebook has always been a democratizing force. It has put the power in the hands of people. It allows people to organize, to communicate, to agitate, and it also breaks down entry barriers that we still have when it comes to the participation in the democratic process. But we had to learn, I think, the quite hard way that with that role comes a responsibility, and a heightened responsibility, and specifically when it comes to the protection of the integrity of elections and when it comes to enabling a really robust debate between people. And we take this very seriously, and I don't think that we are too big to care. I think what we do is rather to use the bigness, if you want to say so, and the resources and the technical capabilities we have to really address this head on. And that's the reason why we're having 35,000 people that are exclusively dealing with the safety and integrity of the platform. You know, we're taking millions of fake accounts off the platform every day. And we tackle misinformation. We have 34 fact-checking partners in Europe who help us to identify misinformation. And misinformation, when we find it, is either removed or it is very drastically downgraded, so people do not see it anymore. And when it comes to COVID, you know, COVID is a very specific situation, a big challenge for us and for society overall. And we report on this actually on a very regular basis to Vice President Jourova's office. We are taking down hundreds of thousands of items of COVID-related misinformation. And we just reported very recently that we label with a misinformation warning, a COVID misinformation warning, between 4 and 5 million items of information every month over the last couple of months. But I think when it comes to responsibility, we can't just look at the role that platforms play in reducing harm. I think there's also a role that we play in contributing and in responding to the challenges that COVID has created. And I think there are a number of challenges. One of them is an economic challenge. And I actually believe that a successful and a speedy economic recovery is one of the surest ways to ensure the values of democracy. And here, obviously, we have tools to help businesses to cope with the new situation, to adapt to and to grow in these times. But we're also here to help governments directly to channel authoritative information about how they can help businesses. We have a specific economic relief tool where governments can point businesses to government loans, fundings, tax relief, and so on. But there's an information challenge, as we have talked about, and it's misinformation, and also have a duty to put information in front of people that help them with keeping safe, keeping healthy. And here we have a COVID information center that has been used by 50 million people getting access through this center to information of local health authorities or to the European Disease Prevention Center. So there's a lot of challenges, a lot of roles that we have, responsibilities. And I know that these responsibilities will still be with us even after the virus is gone. And I think that's the reason why we need to understand that there are limitations to what we can do, but it's also the democracies to develop the rules that harness and protect all the good that the internet has brought us, but also at the same time to address the concerns of society. And we are not shying away from this process, and we have many times called for a European framework that brings transparency, accountability and oversight when it comes to election integrity, when elections are fought on online platforms, but also when it comes to the dealing with harmful online content. And here, I think the European Democracy Action Plan is an extremely important tool, and we welcome it because it is an opportunity for the European Commission, but also for the individual European governments to come together and to lead on developing the clear rules that are so vital for a healthy democracy. I just really worry that if we don't do this, if we don't come together, and if policymakers are not getting in the lead here, then we see something which I would call the acceleration of the Chinese model. And it's a model that is based on a segregated internet, based on the state control, the state surveillance. And I just really would like to see a Europe that is not resisting, that is resisting to the urge to actually wall off its citizens from the global internet. And it's rather using its power and muscle to regulate and enshrine European values like openness, transparency, but also individual rights, and eventually the encouragement of innovation.
Thank you so much, Markus. And that it's not just the first pandemic that is developing in the internet era, but it's also a coalescence of the pandemic era and the major elections at the same time. So it's definitely very crucial, as you highlighted, to come together. We'll get back to the European framework and the European Democracy Action Plan in a second. But first, you started talking about China and the challenge that China poses to the model of the open internet. So I want to go first to Chris Walker and talk to him a little bit about the concept that he writes extensively about, and that is that of sharp power. Chris, you write a lot about how sharp power influences democratic institutions, especially in media and the sphere of ideas more generally. Could you explain to us, how does this type of power manifest itself in today's society, and what is its relation to the democratic recession of the past 15 years?
So I'd also like to thank you for the invitation to join this very distinguished group of speakers. I think it's important to point out that we're now 15 years into what Larry Diamond has called the democratic recession. And if you look at this another way, this is half of the period since the Cold War's end that we find ourselves in this situation. And today we're finding ourselves with a multitude of serious cross-cutting challenges to democracy, which Secretary Albright, Vice President Jourova alluded to earlier in the discussion. And I think in order to understand what our possible futures are for democracy, it's really important to put into context the trajectory of the recent past. Given time limitations, I'm just going to touch briefly on three broad factors that I think are essential. First is the erosion of democracy that's been seen in democracies of all stripes, where institutions are now in need of refurbishing and renewal. This includes strengthening responsiveness to ordinary citizens' needs. It also means ensuring opportunities for shared prosperity at a time when prosperity is not shared nearly enough. At the same time, part of democratic renewal is also a need to fix the glaring vulnerabilities that have emerged in so many domains, and that were implicit in Mr. Reinish's remarks. These have become so evident in free societies in the last decade and a half. And this leads to my second point, which is that coming out of the mid-2000s, we've seen a crucial companion development to the democratic recession, which is the authoritarian resurgence. This has been an unmistakable feature of the global political landscape during this time. Many autocratic regimes have become more repressive around the globe, and importantly, the leading authoritarians have become far more assertive in their outward projection of influence. This is first and foremost the case with Russia and China, who have devised modern and innovative forms of tyranny, often using emerging technology to advance democracy-unfriendly objectives. The CCP's role in this is particularly important as they're using technology to leverage their interests overseas. Barely a day is passing now without a new revelation of the CCP's efforts at political censorship or to influence independent institutions such as universities, think tanks, media, and other sectors in countries with political systems of all kinds. Beijing is also seeking to shape global norms at the UN on a range of issues, including in the technological sphere. They often work in concert with Russia and other authoritarian regimes to reshape these norms in ways that are more friendly to authoritarian practice. I'd stress that this should really be seen as a full spectrum approach to tilting the scales globally towards less democratic and often more corrupt forms of governance. The global pandemic has offered new opportunities for authoritarian regimes to double down on this approach, with China in particular seizing on new methods of narrative competition. This brings me to the final piece of this puzzle since the democratic recession has kicked in, and that's the digital revolution, which my colleagues have touched on. This has gathered steam in the last 15 years. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter all came on the scene in the mid-2000s, right around the time the democratic recession kicked in. We've now seen an explosion of misinformation and disinformation that have had the effect of intensifying public distrust in institutions and societies around the world. This is something that hasn't gone unnoticed by authoritarian regimes, which are intruding into open systems and the tech platforms within them to an extent that would have been scarcely imaginable during the Cold War. In the absence of steps that can make the digital space more compatible with liberal democracy, distortion will become a feature of the system rather than the exception. And I think we're seeing this in many ways today. And I'll just say a word about the challenge that China presents in this regard in the tech sector, since it was mentioned by the last speaker. And that is, I don't think the choice is following the standards and the norms and the pursuit that China is pursuing. I think this really means that the tech innovations and the firms operating in free societies have to raise their own standards in a very meaningful way to ensure that public trust is adhered to and that democratic norms are safeguarded. If we leave it to not reaching the China standards as the only standard, this will simply be inadequate. And I think this is really an opportunity for the leading tech firms in the democracies to step up and fulfill this gaping hole in public trust that we've seen emerge over the last decade and a half. Finally, to your question, Alina, I think what we've seen in this profoundly uncertain context over the last decade and a half is a flourishing of the exertion of what we've called sharp power, which at root censors on censorship and the neutering of independent institutions, and it tends to be accompanied by an authoritarian determination either to monopolize ideas or to suppress alternative narratives. And it's really up to the democracies to ensure that democratic and human rights values are promoted so that we don't fall into this spiral of norm erosion over time. And one last thought, I think it's so important to note that the inherent value of democracy stays with us. We only need to look to a country like Belarus or Sudan or Armenia to see the courage that ordinary citizens are taking to pursue democratic rights in the face of authoritarian practices. And this is something I think that can be used as a refresher for people and democracies who've had the great benefit to live in open societies over these recent years.
Thank you so much, Chris. You outlined this full spectrum approach both to authoritarianism but also to supporting democracies. And with that, I want to go to Ivan. Because on the one hand, we're outlining all the challenges that are in a way accelerating with the development of the COVID-19 and how COVID-19 affects our democratic institutions. But on the other hand, it does not seem like authoritarians are always doing a good job in fighting COVID-19. And as we see, even concerning China, that China has lost some of its reputation in Europe and the United States after the outbreak of pandemic. Ivan, what do you think? Who is having a better crisis, authoritarians or Democrats?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this panel. In the 1970s, the French political scientist Pierre Asner coined a very special term, which was called competitive decadence. So the problem is not who is doing better, the problem is who is doing worse. And from this point of view, I very much agree with you. In the beginning of the crisis, particularly in March, in April, when the countries have been closed, when people are closed in their apartments, when the society was very much infected with fear, there was this kind of a common sense that the biggest beneficiary of this crisis are going to be authoritarian regimes on one side and the populist parties within the liberal democracies on the others. And honestly speaking, it didn't happen. And it didn't happen because, contrary to the common expectations, authoritarian leaders does not like crisis like COVID-19. They like crisis that they manufacture themselves. They like crisis that they can control. And the problem with this crisis is that it was overwhelming. This was not just a symbolic game to defeat an enemy. This is very much to solve a problem. And you can see what happened in Brazil, this type of a kind of authoritarian democratic system in which Mr. Bolsonaro didn't do it. I do believe Mr. Trump was also his elections are going to be very much affected by the way he responded to the COVID-19 crisis, and in my view lost a lot of trust of the American voters. But the classical cases are the classical authoritarian regimes. Look at Mr. Lukashenko. In a certain way, it triggered very much the response to the crisis. People basically in Belarus found themselves in a situation not very different than Chernobyl in 1985. They saw a government that tried to cover the truth in order to have a much more comfortable situation. And this is the other kind of an old story about authoritarian regimes that we tend to forget. Authoritarian regimes have the same problem like beauty queens. They fear aging. And this is one thing basically to be in power for 10 years. It is totally different to be in power for 20 years or 26 years. And you saw that the response to COVID-19 was not also particularly effective in places like Russia and other places. So from this point of view, I do believe we should agree that nevertheless that many democracies, and this is particularly painful in the United States, I do believe that symbolically the democracy is going to pay a price for the way the United States dealt with the pandemic and the way basically the United States have been governed for the last 4 years. But otherwise, I agree very much with Secretary Albright. Some of the democracies, both in Asia and in Europe, did well. Concerning populist parties also, there was the huge expectations that they're going to benefit from this crisis because these are the parties which are very masterfully exploiting fear. But it was always my feeling that populists, particularly in Europe, are striving not so much on fear, but on anxiety. And it's different. Anxiety is a diffused fear. You fear everything. You fear that the world is going wrong, that nothing is in the way it's going to be. And as a result of it, you're looking for somebody to represent your anger and your anxiety. But in the moment when the real fear came, when you really fear to be infected, when you fear that you or some of your beloved are going to die, you're looking for a government which is competent and can solve problems. And many of these populist leaders were absolutely incapable to do it. So you can see even the results of the last regional elections in Italy to see that contrary to this type of expectations, populist parties are not doing particularly well. So from my point of view, this is why to try to generalize and to see authoritarianism is winning, or to be also on the other side, democracy is winning out of the response to COVID-19, is going to be misleading. 3 other factors came up, in my view, to define better which regimes are going to respond more effectively to the crisis. The first is the level of social trust. In a crisis like COVID-19, it is very important people to trust their governments. because you're not going to send soldiers to see are people washing their hands, are they putting masks? And also the strength basically of the governments to have a unified message and to communicate was critically important. The second thing is effectiveness of the state. It is not by accident that countries like Germany or Denmark or South Korea did well. And the thirdly is also the previous example, previous experience with crises like this. This is also not accidental that Asian countries did relatively better than the European countries. For them, this crisis came for the second time in the last 20 years. I'm saying all this because I do believe that it is not enough basically to divide the world simply between democracies and authoritarian regimes. There are democracies that are doing well and that are trying to adjust to this new situation, to the idea of a much faster decision making. There are democracies which are not doing particularly well. And on the authoritarian side, I do believe also you can see kind of a China trying to get out of it, basically trying to use big data in order to consolidate its power. But I don't believe that the last several months have been a great time for authoritarianism.
Thank you so much, Ivan. And of course, your comparison with the beauty queens inevitably makes me compare the democracies with wine that only gets better with aging. And as we can also see that not all young democracies in the world are doing equally well. But I want to pick up on the things that you started talking about in your factors that contribute to democracies doing well. And I want to go back to Secretary Albright. Madam Secretary, you wanted also to talk more about the characteristics that are making democracies more resilient. And I definitely count towards these characteristics the women factor that, as you outlined, is contributing significantly to us having a more equal society, but a more active and more successful society. Could you please continue? What other factors would you outline and characteristics that you would outline that help democracies do better than other regimes?
Well, I do think that, and by the way, I learned a lot from the colleagues here on the panel. I do think that one of the things that is very important is that democracies have the capability of correcting themselves. That is part of the process in terms of elections, and also, and I have to say from Commissioner Jourova's work, in terms of the importance of the rule of law and transparency. Those are very important elements and make it possible for democracies to function in very difficult periods. And also, I happen to believe that authoritarian governments, if one looks at them, they don't even trust each other, much less those that they are dealing with. So they have an inherent problem in being rigid and not understanding the problems. I also do think that it is very important for democratic leaders to understand that they are partners with the people, and that the social contract is one in which the government people gave up their individual rights in order to have the government worry about the various issues that affect societies as a whole, and are able to provide some way of dealing with those problems. And then on the part of the citizens, that they have an obligation and a privilege to vote and to be a part of it. So I do think that it is important to look generally at how the rule of law works, because it provides a system whereby the people know what is supposed to go on and the governments are supposed to know. And in authoritarian systems, the rule of law is overthrown. That is one of the first parts. An authoritarian leader does not respect the rule of law. I also do think that it is important in this kind of an age where people are literate and understand things, is to really level with the people themselves and to have some way of looking at how they think. And I think that it is important to understand the role of the people and the government. That is the most important part. I also do think that it is essential to understand that we're in a different era. I have talked a lot about technology, and I was very glad to hear about the various issues. It's a new thing, and people don't fully understand its positive and negative aspects, but it is with us, and we need to understand how it works, how it operates within the concept of rule of law, how the people themselves use it. and really have the capability of dealing. And so I do think that I very much admire the work of Commissioner Jourova, because in her discussions, she's talked about the history of democracy is really a permanent search of the right balance, that is, limiting the powers of the powerful. And it's a search for the right system of checks and balances so that the citizens have their rights protected and can exercise their sovereign power as freely as possible. And I do think that aspect of checks and balances within a democracy are absolutely essential. Democracy is, this is always a cliche, it is a journey. It is something that evolves, that the people make better if we really participate in it. And I do think that we need to understand what are the elements that make it work. But I'd like to go back on one thing, is to say democracy is fragile, but it is resilient. And democracy has to deliver. I think one of the issues was we were very euphoric about democracy at the end of the Cold War, but it wasn't delivering for everybody. And I think that we need to think about the social and economic aspects because people want to vote and eat. And so it is important to look at the whole aspect of how democratic governments need to help their people have some economic security, also that they understand the importance of transparency and the rule of law. It's not a simple system. It does require participation. And so I repeat, democracy is not a spectator sport.
Thank you so much, Madam State Secretary. And I want to go now to Vice President Jourova. And I would like you to pick up on two issues. We've talked a lot about the rule of law. And you mentioned also the rule of law report that's been published recently. And since we're in Central Europe, we had today a session also with the within the V4, where, of course, the issue of the rule of law came up. And we're almost in this Tolstoy situation, who said that all the happy families are happy in the same way, but all the unhappy families are unhappy in their own way. And that is what often at least what we heard today in the discussions, is that lots of representatives of the countries from the region are saying that all European countries are imperfect, we're just imperfect in our own way. Could you please describe to us how is your work on the rule of law is going, especially in the application with the region? What are potentially the next step? And of course, the second issue, I would like you to briefly respond to Marcus about how you're working with the tech giants on the European Democracy Action Plan and, of course, Digital Services Act.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, two big questions which require some maybe more precise answers, but I will try to be brief. But first of all, I want to say that Madame Albright has just made my day, because she appraised my work. And indeed, democracy and work for democracy is never-ending journey. It's not ticking the boxes. So I'm happy to do this job. On the rule of law, well, we have neglected this principle in the last years. We have the instruments as the European Commission. We can go after the cases of breach of the rule of law in different member states. We can use Article 7 and infringement procedures, but we have neglected preventive side. So the problems which came, for instance, in Poland in 2015, it was like something coming out of the blue, and we were not able to, we had only to react, and we want to work proactively with the member states. That's why, indeed, now we have 27 reports about the situation in 27 states, unique constitutional systems, unique solutions of checks and balances, and unique kinds of issues. There are more bigger or smaller issues in all the member states, and it's the invitation for a dialogue. We want to speak to the representatives. You cannot see any recommendation in the report because this is a sensitive topic. It's not fiscal policy where we can count the public debt and then to come with some recommendation. This is not measuring, this is assessing. And dialogue is needed. And we try to introduce the conditionality between the EU budget and EU money distributed to the member states and the respect of the rule of law principle in each country. the negotiations are now ongoing. So we want to enlarge the toolbox we have already now, and we want to do more on preventive side and also to condition the finance. On the second question and the digital sphere and Facebook, I was very patiently listening to Mr. Reinisch because I think I kind of confirmed that we have intensive cooperation. We are going to develop the set of rules for digital sphere. First of all, the Commission has to make absolutely clear inside what we want. I can already now share with you that we want the technology to work for the people. And we already showed it before with GDPR that we wanted to bring back the rights of privacy to individual people. We didn't want to see the crowd, which is handled as crowd in digital space. So we want to continue this European approach. Definitely, and I want to react on Chinese case, we do everything to limit the access to the data. Also for the states, the state control and surveillance, it's something we do not want to go forward to the extent which will be detrimental for the society. COVID came as undesired lesson in the progress in our process towards the rules for digital. Two experiences, the fight against disinformation in COVID. Here I have to thank Facebook and other big tech because the cooperation is great. They are enabling for full use their space for the authoritative opinions and information for the health authorities. So that the people, when they go open the Facebook or Google and other systems, they see first the guaranteed information from the side of the health sector. And we had to act against disinformation because it is what Mr. Krastev said, that we have a lot of anxiety and a lot of distrust. And we need the people now to trust the institutions and to come along with the advice which come from the official places. We cannot get out of this crisis otherwise. And we also want to work on I forgot what I wanted to say. The populists, that they are not gaining. Well, populists are perfect in delivering popular decisions. To tame COVID means to take a lot of unpopular decisions, but responsible decisions. So the work against disinformation in COVID is important, and I would say also successful and intensive. In EDAP, in the European Democracy Action Plan, we will have a chapter how to fight against disinformation, but it will be about broader picture. And I can already tell you now that we are not going to sacrifice the freedom of speech. We are not going to introduce any kind of censorship. We do not want to do what the bad actors want, that they will spread disinformation and then we will sacrifice one of the basic values. It will not happen. The COVID experience was with tracing apps and with the technological tools to identify the people or to announce the people who met somebody infected. Here the Union came immediately with the guidelines for the member states, how to do the apps to be useful, but not to turn against the people, not to go too far, not to be too intrusive from the point of view of privacy protection. So I think that in Europe we have healthy instincts also when it comes to technologies now in this very difficult COVID era. So I don't want to keep all the time for myself, so I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Vice President, you very courageously tackled two huge issues in such a short period of time. And I'll use this opportunity to ask whether there are questions in the audience at this point to the speakers. And we have a question over there.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Dominika Hajdu. I'm a research fellow here in GLOBSEC's Democracy and Resilience program. And I have a question to Mr. Krastev, who mentioned the fact that actually people are losing trust in the governments, and there is a huge need for the people to trust their institutions and the governments in times of crisis like this one. So my question is how to rebuild people's trust in the institutions and in the relations to each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I would actually love all the speakers answer this question. And we have another question, so I'll take two at a time. Go ahead. Please raise your hand if you have a question, because then we'll have to go back to the speakers.
Hello, everybody. My name is Thibaut Mesergue. I'm the Europe Program Director at the International Republican Institute. My question is a bit more generational, and one thing that Ivan Krastev has not talked about, although he wrote about it at the beginning of the pandemic, is the question of young people. I think all the data that both IRI, NDI, and other organizations that are doing polling on democracy is showing that young people are more and more disappointed with democracy. They are more and more, they see more and more affinities towards non-democratic systems. And my question is this: how do we react to that, considering that we had a millennial generation that has been sacrificed economically after the 2008 crisis? It looks like we have a zillennial generation which is probably set to pay a very heavy price, at least in the short term, for the pandemic. So how do we bring these people back into the fold? Is it just economics, or do you see something more cultural and political effort that needs to be put there? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll start with Ivan, but I also ask Chris and Marcus to address the question as well. But Ivan, you go first, please.
Very briefly, I'll try to address both issues. One is on building trust. And listen, I don't believe that there is a universal kind of advice you can give. But one of the important issues is the time to build trust in the moment of crisis. Exactly when people have a high stakes in the situation, you really can basically convince people to trust you. And from this point of view, the successes that we're talking about, be it the Danish government or what Chancellor Merkel did in Germany, was based on the fact that in the moment like this, you are not simply exploiting the trust which is already there, but you are creating trust. And we know this historically. This is like in a wartime. Because in the moment of crisis, not trusting is a self-defeating kind of a policy. And I'm saying this because, listen, mistrust is its also important role in democracy. We're coming from the part of the world where in 60s and 70s, our parents were very much kind of taught how to trust the governments too much, and we knew how it ended. So from this point of view, I have also a positive view on mistrust, but the governments should be able to basically ask people to trust them, also taking tough decisions. And from this point of view, I do believe crisis is an opportunity. And this is the moment you're doing this. And this is not by accident that, yes, we have a lot of misinformation, you have fake news and others, but when it comes to the personal health of the people, they're taking much more seriously the advice coming from, for example, medical experts than it was in the time of the economic crisis, where they don't have the feeling that it was so much personally connected to them. And then we go to the generational issue, and this is an important issue because I do believe that in a certain way also this crisis shows important generational dynamics. The younger generations were less vulnerable. On the other side, economically, probably they're going to pay the price of this crisis. One of the reasons younger generations starts to look for kind of a non-democratic alternatives is that they understand politics as a much more fast moving animal. One of the biggest problems with the democratic politics is time and timing of decisions. And for these young generations, which basically was born with their mobile phones, everything should happen immediately. Now, they don't have a patience for deliberations, they don't have patience for disagreement, they want something to happen immediately. And because for their generation, particularly, the climate change is a big issue. They have the feeling that the democratic leaders has a wrong understanding of time. In a certain way, in democracy, traditionally, one of the messages was we should take our time. We should have the possibility to look at the issue from 2, 3, 4 different perspectives. But the time is running much faster today than ever before. And this I see as the major challenge. And this is going to be also the major way, basically, to regain the trust of the younger generation. You need a democratic decision-making which is working faster.
Thank you so much, Ivan. And that seems like a very logical point to go back to Marcus, because Chris was earlier talking about the need not just for the governments to step up to rebuild the trust and the social contract with the citizens, but also for the tech to step up. And tech seems like to be a perfect candidate to increase the pace of action in the democratic societies. So what is your vision about that?
Well, I guess, again, there's a multi-pronged approach to this one, and we play a role, as I said before. I think one of the key contributions that we can make is how we deal with misinformation. And again, it's not a nice thing to say, but Facebook itself is not a trust business. But therefore, we and everybody else very much relies on a healthy and functioning media environment. Not just in Europe, but across. So this is clearly a contributor. And the way that we deal with this is that we bring in our fact-checking partners, which are basically the big publishers, media companies in Europe. So I think that plays an important role. I'm not speaking about the institutions, I'm not speaking about politicians. I think Ivan has done this relatively well. But then there's one other area, I think, where we can sort of turbocharge the trust building. And that's something that we've learned specifically during COVID. And that is the role that we as platforms play when it comes to providing authoritative information. And I was talking before about our COVID information center. We had across the globe, we had 2 billion people that were exposed to these informations. And then we had about 500 million people across the world that actually then really access this information. About 50 million in Europe. So this is something where you can clearly build trust. And I'm not sure that COVID is sort of the last example where this happened. I think there's a role where we increasingly have to see other opportunities where authoritative information, not just be it not on health, be it also what I said about recovery, but other forms of authoritative information when it comes to the democratic dialogue, to the social cohesion, where we can provide this on our platform. And maybe just to the last or the second question on youth and how do we get young people back again? I think there's a link to the first one. Again, it's how do we reach people? And we talked about the negative side of social media platforms and of technology and as I said, spread of misinformation, of hate speech and so on. But there is clearly a positive side that we do reach more and more people and that we reach specifically young people, either with authoritative information, but also when it comes to other political information, when it comes to political advertisement. And actually one thing which makes me a little bit less pessimistic is I do work with youth organizations. And one thing that was apparent is that actually the participation in elections in Europe, specifically in the European Parliament election of under 25s, has gone up over time. And I don't think that is purely because of social media, but it is that candidates can reach out in a much more appropriate way to that group of the population in a more attractive and in a more appealing form.
Thank you so much, Marcus. And I'm going to go to Chris with the same questions, but also with an additional twist, because we talked a lot about what the government needs to do, what tech platforms need to do. But Madam State Secretary and Madam Vice President both mentioned that citizens themselves have a very active role to play. Chris, can you also mention what civil society can do to both rebuild trust and bring in the younger people?
And thank you for the question. And I'll just build off comments that were made a moment ago. I think the changes have been so sweeping in the last decade. I don't think anyone foresaw the way in which technology would animate so much of our lives, whether it's politics, commercial lives, or otherwise. And we're still trying to catch up. Ivan Krastev mentioned how fast the world is moving. This is true both in terms of political decision-making, policy-making, and we have a lot of work to do to make sure that we can catch up. It's worth noting that today it's impossible to talk about how our media functions, how our elections function, or other critical institutions without talking about the indispensable role that technology is playing in that, either in the privacy surveillance case or in the censorship, free expression, integrity of information domain. And as we get into the Internet of Things and advanced technologies with deeper machine learning, this will become even more important. Having said all that, I think governments are trying in democratic settings to figure this out. And it's overwhelming at times for them to take decisions at a speed that can keep up with change. For those reasons, it's all the more important that civil society plays a role in educating both policymakers, but I would contend a wider society, because today it's really an enormous burden for any single citizen who's consuming overwhelming amounts of information in this age to sort out what's true and what isn't, what sources are authentic and what aren't, in the absence of the rules and norms that we don't yet have in a significant enough way to help govern this kind of information in our societies. And so I would contend it's as important as anything to have civil society that can help educate, animate, otherwise bring to the attention problems that are there. And I've just gotten finished reading a book authored by Ron Diebert at the University of Toronto, who describes the challenges we face in the internet integrity sphere. And he makes the case that dividing the world in the internet freedom realm is not sufficient to divide this into autocracies and democracies. This is apropos part of earlier in the discussion. But to think about authoritarian practices that have started to emerge from our digital space, and now that have led into the open space as well. And I think civil society has to play a role in both educating wider society, identifying problems and helping to correct them, and do this in a way that can actually accelerate our response to them. I think the experience of the last decade or so suggests that we need to accelerate things even more in this regard. In the absence of that, I fear we're going to lose ground, and we can't afford to do that. Final comment, just one overarching comment. I would say that, today there may be a tendency to despair when we talk about democracy, and it's admittedly a very challenging time. But I think it's precisely the time to support democracy more vigorously. We can't just support it when the going is good. And now the going's tougher, but I think all of us have to find more creative, forward-looking ways to support the sort of norms and institutions that can bring better outcomes.
Thank you so much, Chris. We have no intention whatsoever to succumb to despair, but what I'm afraid we have to succumb to is the pressure of time. We have 60 seconds to wrap up, but I'll use the 60 seconds to give each of you 10 of them and give what you think should be the main takeaway from the discussion today for the audience, literally in 10 seconds. Ivan, you will go first.
I take away that I'm going to come to the next GLOBSEC too.
Perfect. I like that one. Thank you so much. Markus?
I'd like to come to you, and I really wish for strong frameworks that deal with the challenges of our society and of technology. And I'm looking forward to working together with Europe, with Vice President Jourova, and with many other stakeholders.
Thank you so much. Chris?
My main takeaway is that the discussion we've had today, I think, is a reflection of how seriously the big issues are being engaged today and how we're starting to mobilize and make headway in a positive manner.
Thank you so much. Madam Vice President?
Yes, I think that it was a positive debate, which, however, brought some stronger alert. Let's work together and let's not neglect the issues stemming from backsliding of this democracy and the rule of law. And we have a chance. And speaking about the digital global problems require global solutions, which will have positive local effect. And here I see a very good chance for cooperation over the Atlantic also.
Thank you so much. And going across the Atlantic, Madam State Secretary, you have the last word.
Well, I'm also very happy to be a part of GLOBSEC and hope you invite me again. But I think it shows it is important to exchange honest opinions and really pick apart what is going on and look for solutions together. Democracies need to cooperate and understand what the issues are, and we need to deal with the challenges that are there in the 21st century, which are different from the ones that hobbled us in the 20th century, but require cooperation and truth, and really telling it like it is, which I think we have done today. And thank you very much, Elena, for your help in all of this.
Thank you so much, Madam State Secretary. Thank you very much, distinguished speakers and all the audience members. Please take it as an official invitation to our next GLOBSEC Forum, which is going to be in June, or to our other discussions that are going to happen either virtually as we have it now or in person. Thank you for that. And with that, I have to conclude this session. But please, people who are in the audience, stay in the room, because on the screen we're going to see the closing remarks made by the president of GLOBSEC, Robert Vash, that are going to be broadcast from another session. Thank you, everybody, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.